What is this? Repeat. Okay. Okay. Oh, here we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for January 18th, 2022. And I would like to ask Kim McFarland, our roads director, to come up and give us the Pledge of Allegiance. She is a recently American citizen. She just got her citizenship last year, and I thought it might be a good idea for her to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You probably noticed I'm not Anaya Kirk. He is attending by Zoom, so I'm thrown quickly into the chair seat, and hopefully I'll do it justice. Ms. Cunha, are you ready here?
Good morning. In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, the board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. Capacity will be limited to no more than 50 persons in the board chambers at a time. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are physically present will be called first. Citizens who are not present and wish to provide remote public comment via Zoom may use the raise hand feature on their computer or press *9 if participating by phone to enter the queue. The moderator will read the last 4 digits for phone-only participants in lieu of name. Zoom webinar via computer at https://ca-ca.gov.zoom.us/j/83330990337 and or phone only at 1-720-707-2699 with webinar ID 83330990337. Note, Zoom webinar services tend to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comment via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Tuolumne County website, https://www.tuolumecounty.ca.gov/board meetings, and number 2, Access Tuolumne County, www.accesstuolumne.org, and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8. Important public notice pursuant to AB 361, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate via teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-5521.
All right. And we wanted to let you know that our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time to make a personal investment in our community. So at this time, I will invite anybody from the public in the room to come up and make comments. Oh.
to give that a try? Great. Good morning, supervisors. I hope you're all reading the book, The Dangerous Truth About Today's Marijuana, and are educating yourselves about the harms of marijuana to our youth and to mental health. Last August, the following article appeared in Forbes. It's going to be a bloodbath. Epic marijuana oversupply is flooding California, jeopardizing legalization. Here's some portions from that article. The quickest way to get into the cannabis business, then, is to get a cultivation permit and start growing massive amounts of cannabis. That's what big companies in the Salinas Valley and Santa Barbara County did. And what they've done, according to interviews with industry experts, is grow entirely too much cannabis. Exact figures are not known, but according to one rough estimate, California's legal cultivators grow more than 3 times as much cannabis as is sold in legal dispensaries. Whatever the exact figure, the common belief that it's so much cannabis that the market is flooded, prices are crashing, and legal growers in the red this year may finally be forced out of business. It's going to be a bloodbath, said one industry insider who works in wholesale sales and distribution. So the reward for more than 2,500 Humboldt County farmers who pursued state licenses in 2016, even before adult cannabis use was legalized. With the price of a pound of cannabis dipping under $1,000 and last year's harvest returned unsold, they're selling their farms and selling their businesses. So, with this failing business model, does it make sense for Tuolumne County to even consider commercial cultivation? Does it make sense to sink countless hours of county staff time and energy into putting together a framework for a failing business sector? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Facilla, and I'd like to thank all of you board members for your service first. I am a Christian, conservative, constitutionalist. I live in the 5th District, and I am very glad that you finally opened this room so that all of the public who would like to be can be here. I appreciate that. I would like to call attention to the fact that the painting that was up on the wall for 30 years is not there anymore. It's the picture of the Constitution when it was signed, and I was one of the members that gifted it to the board 30 years ago, and I would very much like to see it returned to this room and placed there to remind people that our Constitution is the foundation of our country and our county. And that's that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair Haff and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the CEO of Visit Tuolumne County, and I just had a couple quick updates I wanted to share with you. One is that it is California Restaurant Month, and that means that it's Tuolumne County Restaurant Week coming up in just a couple days. We kick off our Tuolumne County Restaurant Week, and there will be specials and special menu items at all kinds of restaurants across Tuolumne County, as well as some of our wineries. Our cidery has a special on there, and some of our breweries. And this is just another way that we can help boost business during what is otherwise a fairly slow time of the year. And we know that with new protocols and things, or changing protocols, I should say, that things can change on this. So we would encourage people, just if there's any, if they want to go out, to go to our website. And it's visittuolumne.com/dinetc to check out the participants and any changes to what may be on this flyer. Plus, it seems like we're adding new restaurants every day, so it's a fun time to get out there. The second thing I wanted to share is that next month, Visit California has their Marketing Outlook Forum. And every 2 years at this forum, they award the Poppy Awards. And it's for the best in tourism promotion in California. I don't know, you might recall a couple years ago, we won the award for sustainability and stewardship. And that was a co-op that we won with other gateways. Well, this year, I'm really pleased to say that we have become a finalist in one of the categories of destination content marketing. Super exciting. And wait till I tell you who we are finalists with. We are finalists with Long Beach Convention and Visitors Bureau and San Diego Tourism Authority. So the content marketing part is just about things that are related to the social media we do. We have a lot of Instagram feeds. We have stories that we do. We have a podcast. So all these things together, Visit California looked at. And we're truly, I say this with all honesty, we are just grateful to be nominated and to be in that kind of company. So we kind of feel like we've already won just by being there with San Diego and Long Beach and Visit Tuolumne County. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Good morning. My name is Ed Greer, and as many of you know, important information is not being reported or allowed to be talked about by the mainstream news media, the medical association, and hospitals across the country. That's including our own community. This information is being suppressed and censored by the pharmaceutical drug pushers, politicians, and the medical association of compromised doctors that could be saving lives if they wanted to. The truth about these powerful pharmaceutical drug companies and their Frankenstein experimental vaccinations is that these harmful injections were patented in 2017. And even earlier, these patents reach all the way back to 2002. According to the patent researchers, these so-called vaccinations were created before the COVID bio-warfare weapon was even released in Wuhan, China. The Operation Warp Speed story is a cover-up, a gigantic deception. All while there is a wealth of world-renowned doctors and scientists around the globe that are purposefully being censored and covered up. These well-known scientists and doctors are being silenced and vilified. Their reputations and livelihoods ruined. They are seen by these drug pushers as competitors to their vaccinations. These reputable and respected doctors are having near 100% successes at treating COVID patients, even before they would be in a hospital. This information is also being suppressed. Thanks to the help of these good doctors around the world, the survival rate of COVID-19 is 99.7% survivable. The Omicron variant is nothing more than a common cold. The greatest threat to our populations is not the COVID virus, it's the cure that is threatening the lives of our people. Over 40,000 people have died from these experimental injections that are being deceptively labeled as vaccinations. It's really not the COVID that is killing the people, it's the hospital protocols and these lethal injections that are being referred to as vaccinations. The gravity of what is taking place around the world is threatening our civilization. Currently, COVID-19 vaccinations are under criminal investigation in London, England. We can no longer close our eyes to what is taking place here in our own communities. These are human lives that are intentionally being taken from us. This tyranny needs to stop, and it needs to stop right here in Tuolumne County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room?
Hello.
My name is Kim Bunker, and I've been here before, and it's on the very same matter of ordinances not being followed through. I have not been able to get anybody to explain to me why this tin shed is still up. Twice, I've been told that they've been given 30 days to face a fine, to move the shed or face a fine. And twice, they have granted very long extensions. Now they are giving this property owner next door till April to move the shed. It is not only breaking the ordinance of not meeting the setback requirements for having a building structure in the front of your home, but it's also on the Tuolumne County's right-of-way, and that's under the Public Works. Now, I was told to speak to a woman named Kim in Public Works, and they moved it over back to code compliance. I can't get anybody to tell me why this is happening, under what circumstances they're getting these extensions. The owner is a contractor. He goes off to work every day. He's able-bodied. The shed he put up in a day and could be removed in a day, and yet nobody will explain to me why the shed is still there and why they are getting extensions. And I don't know who to speak to. I can't get an interview with Dan Butler. I speak to Public Works, and they said, oh, that went over to code compliance, when in fact, it's also breaking Public Works ordinances. So we have someone that's sitting there breaking 2 county ordinances with any rational reason. It makes noise. It blocks the ability as you come down the driveway to see oncoming traffic that you want to exit your driveway. There's no reason for this.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Quincy Yaley, the head of community development, to walk out in the hallway with you to discuss further.
Hi all, and my name is John Flynn. Just to remind you, a Christmas present to Ryan Campbell last month. I never showed up, and that was my Christmas. I didn't yell at you, so I thought that was nice of me to do that. For various reasons, I couldn't make last month. I want to talk about Senate Bill 1383, that it's called the Food Recovery Act, and it is unconstitutional the way it was written. It's illegal. I hope you don't go along with it in any shape or form. But under 16 American jurisprudence, Section 256, 1979, this is federal law, and it's referred to. The general misconception is that any state statute passed by the legislators bearing the appearance of law constitutes the law of the land. False. The U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any statute to be valid must be an agreement. No one, and that is no one, the United States citizens you swear an oath to all these private citizens here and outside this building, no one is bound to obey an unconstitutional law, and no courts are bound to enforce it on that part. And then I also know that on January 3rd, I was at the city council meeting. I'm sure, and I know you all know about it because David Goldenberg was there, which I didn't know he was he went and told you the very next day, and that's fine. It's freedom of speech. And if I think it's necessary to follow through what I did with them, I will do it here, and I will not bat an eye. I'm not going to go into any detail on it because we got the Union Democrat back here. He was not present. Guy McCarthy was present. And that's all I want to say there. Let's see, the Food Recovery. I do agree with the Food Recovery Act. recycle the 20%. But I do not agree with the way it was written up. It is illegal. And if anybody gets duped in signing a contract with the state, they can still undo it by saying they were unaware of their constitutional liberties. This was written against the Constitution, their liberties. And they still can get out of it under the terminology of common law as a commenter. And they can file and I hope our county district attorney, Cassandra Jenkins, and who's ever running for the county DA, they will fight for their citizens under that are affected by Senate Bill 1383, the food recovery. All business owners, restaurants, cafes, everybody. That would be a good fighting point. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Nessel. I would like to draw attention to the Social Equity Committee's work at the Sonora City Council, and I question the need for this resolution. The resolution is a very divisive thing. It uses terminology that if someone was considering moving to Sonora or even visiting Sonora, they may be frightened by the things that we're supposedly dealing with. The idea that we're dealing with a white supremacy culture, the idea that we're dealing with racially motivated hate and any other form of violence or intolerance. You know, I wasn't aware we were dealing with these things. I read the newspaper, I hear the news, I go downtown a couple times a week to have dinner. I find this to be a very friendly, inclusive, fun place to live. And so I'm sure you are aware of it because it was supposed to be a delivery as to the progress of the Social Equity Committee, but they've spent over a year hammering out their 6 points now, and the points are unnecessary. The Equity Committee's work is unnecessary. Something to the form of, whereas the City of Sonora pledges to work towards engaging residents and individuals so that we can have a great and wonderful place to live, recognizing that it is a great and wonderful place to live would probably be enough. This resolution in progress is ridiculous, and I suggest that you take good notice of what they're presenting and then consider, why do we even need it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Ms. Cunha, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Mr. Sipperly?
Good morning. My name is Gary Sipperly, and I'm president of the Twain Harte Community Services District Board. And as a part of that, I'm also a member of the Tuolumne-Stanislaus Integrated Regional Water Management Authority's Joint Powers Authority Board, which I love throwing around the initials of the IRWM-JPA. The county and your board is a member of the JPA board too. And as a part of that, one of the requirements is that your member attend and actively participate in 3 of the last 4 meetings. There were JPA meetings last March, June, July, August, October, and December, and the county had a representative at only the March and October meetings. It's important that the county participate in the JPA since it's that organization that can legally make decisions about projects that affect our watershed. For example, Twain Harte was just granted $3.75 million for a stormwater project that includes the county resources through the IRWM. Meetings for the JPA are usually held on the 3rd Wednesday of each month and have been held by Zoom during the pandemic. This month's meeting has been canceled, but I encourage the county's representative to attend the JPA meetings. You can get information about upcoming meetings by contacting Carolyn Lott at 209-402-2024 or at Carolyn Lott at sbcglobal.com. .net. I would also like to add that the county staff has been doing a great job in participating in the Watershed Advisory Committee, or the WAC, of the IRWM. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a brief comment to Mr. Sipperly's comments, and that is that last year we had a conflict where the person charged with IRWIM could not come. And I think we've worked that out for this year, so we hope to be able to participate once again. Anybody else on Zoom? All right, we'll close the oral communications, and Ms. Cunha, will you read the consent calendar, please? Oh, that's right, staff reports, sorry. I'm sure we have some, so please, staff, come up to the podium and let us hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director, and I'm just here this morning to briefly, happily let you know that a familiar face here at the county has a new role. Dave Ruby is now our County Planning Manager, and he will be overseeing our Land Use and Natural Resources Division. Dave, in addition to his role recently in the Public Works Department, has a long background in serving in local government, and I'm confident in his ability to continue to serve our community as our planning manager. We do have several items before you today, so I will save our speeches for those projects. But if you do have a moment today, please welcome Dave into his new role. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, David. Any other staff reports? I don't know if we'd have any of those on Zoom or not. Do we have anything? All right, so now I will close the staff reports and we will go to the consent calendar.
Consent calendar, approving the minutes of the January 11th, 2022 meeting. Number 2, approving amendment number 3 for the Columbia Airport AT&T cell tower lease and authorizing the board chair to sign and have notarized. Number 3, adopting resolution 1322, approving the summary vacation of a public road easement as described in Exhibit A and B attached to the resolution. Number 4, approving updates to the board chair appointments to the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority for calendar year 2022. Number 5, approving a classification of the vacant activity coordinator position to recreation supervisor.
All right, would any board member like to either comment or pull an item? Okay, I do want to pull item number 2. And so would we go ahead and approve the, okay, public comment first. Seeing no public comment on Zoom. Okay, so now we go to approve everything except for 2?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Madam Vice Chair, I would like to motion that we approve the consent calendar, save item number 2.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve everything except for number 2 by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Brandon. We'll need to do a roll call vote since we have one member that is not present.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Cunha, would you please read again number 2?
I apologize. We have a new system, I'm learning it. All right, number 2, approving amendment number 3 to the Columbia Airport AT&T cell tower lease and authorizing the board chair to sign and have notarized.
All right, so I'm going to cut right to the issue that I had, and I wanted to make sure that the public hears this explanation. It appears that we're leasing this tower to AT&T for a little over $1,000 a year. And I questioned that, and I wanted, for the benefit of all of our citizens, because I thought it was way too low, to hear the explanation that I've since heard from Benny, our airports director, probably. Is that who wants to? Yeah, okay. So Benny, if you would please help explain this to us.
Sure, Supervisor Half, I'm Benny Stuth, the airports.
Let me, sorry. See if you're live now.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no.
He was live.
Okay, I just didn't hear you very well.
Thank you, Supervisor Half. I'm Benny Stuth, the airport's manager. To address your question on the lease for the AT&T cell tower lease at Mount Brow Tower, this amendment is for in addition to rents that are already paid. So a little over $1,000 and is in addition to the lease rate that AT&T currently pays of $1,087 a month. So that significantly brings it up.
Perfect, thank you. So we're being paid $1,087 per month by AT&T, and this will be an additional amount to that.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I just wanted, I'm sensitive to the fact that sometimes the public thinks we're giving away the farm, and I had that thought at first. So I wanted to make sure that everybody knew. Thank you so much.
Sure, you're welcome.
So do we have any comment from the board on this? How about from the public? All right, do I hear a motion?
So I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. It was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg to approve number 2. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so we're moving on to proclamations and commendations. Ms. Cunha, when you're ready.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 1422 proclaiming January 2022 as Stalking and Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Pamela Orbaugh, and I'm here representing Center for a Nonviolent Community, Tuolumne County's local domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking crisis intervention and prevention organization. I would like to thank you for your time and consideration today, and the District Attorney's Office for always working with us to support survivors and bring awareness and attention to our mutual causes. So I will specifically address stalking, whereas Deputy DA Novelli will address human trafficking. So stalking is a pattern of behavior directed at a person that causes them to have unreasonable fear of their safety, the safety of others, or substantial emotional distress. Stalking is not sexy, it is not funny, it is not romantic. I'm going to date myself here, and I remember watching Say Anything and thinking Lloyd Dobler holding that radio outside her window was such a sign of devotion. These behaviors are unhealthy, they are toxic, And they are occurring at younger and younger ages because of technology literacy, the ability to follow someone on their social media presence, to use your device to track someone. For example, I use a tile if I lose my keys. The way that technology works is it depends on hundreds of other people having a tile nearby to help me find them. I did an experiment last night from my home. There were 177 other tiles nearby, all communicating our locations to help me find my keys when I lose them. Granted, that's a choice I made, but we are engaged in so much technology on a daily basis that we don't realize how much information we're telegraphing constantly. Now imagine this being available to someone who wants to know your presence, who wants to harm you, who wants to cause you distress, who for whatever reason is unable to let go of you or unwilling to let go of you from an intimate partner relationship. Stalking, as I said earlier, is occurring at younger and younger ages. So 1 in 6 girls and 1 in 17 males will be stalked in their lifetime. That will happen. Nearly 21% of females and 13% of males will experience that before age 18. That skyrockets to 54% and 41% before age 25. These are the times in their life when brains are still developing, and they are going to think that these behaviors are normal, are natural, are an expression of love and affection. However, do not be hopeless. Prevention is possible. We can help prevent stalking by promoting behaviors that help define and recognize stalking. So calling out when we see someone cross a boundary, or I see you're still texting that person, I thought you broke up. Are you sure you should be doing that? I'm serious, we can all see something and say something. It's mobilizing men and boys to be allies in prevention efforts because the stats are true, they are the most common perpetrators of stalking behaviors. So if we have those discussions of what is healthy, what is appropriate, and model healthy masculinity, we can help prevent it from continuing. And we can create and support safe environments within relationships, schools, and communities through programs and policies that promote healthy relationships. So you've heard me talk about this before. Being a volunteer with a youth program, whether that's a mentorship opportunity through ACCA, county schools, or through Center for a Nonviolent Community. We lead Boys Council, Girls Circle. We are always welcoming folks to be involved in those programs. So if anyone needs support and are experiencing stalking or related behaviors, they can call Center for a Nonviolent Community 24/7 at 209-533-3401. And if you're interested in being a part of prevention efforts and you want to choose to challenge behaviors that tell people stalking is okay, you can call 209-588-9305 or email me, pam@nonviolentcommunity.org, and I will happily involve you in many prevention programs. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
So just a couple of comments.
Yes.
Pamela, thank you. Interesting, the numbers, 1 in 6 female, 1 in 17 male.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what I've seen is more prevalence of younger offenders in this area, and especially with social media. And I know the schools do a lot, but also like to, just call out for the parents to be involved with their children and look at what their kids are doing and talk to them about this, because it, sometimes without that guidance, right, the children will keep on doing, things, the younger offenders. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Pam, could you just say one more time? So if somebody's struggling with this type of thing, how do they get in contact with you or CNVC?
Absolutely. So the phone number is 209-533-3401. That is a 24/7 support line operated locally between CNVC staff and wonderful volunteers. And we support folks who are experiencing domestic violence, sexual assault, sexual abuse, human trafficking, of course, and stalking. And it's also, if you have someone in your life and you don't know how to help, absolutely call us and we can support you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to say thank you for the presentation, and I think you hit the nail on the head in saying it's trying to model the healthy behaviors and not to say you can't flirt with somebody, you can't be romantic, you can't try and pursue
Absolutely.
that, but to know that there is a healthy way to do it and there's an unhealthy way that makes people feel unsafe.
So next month is February is Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and we will be at the local high schools. And one of the presentation points we always touch upon is, how many times should you ask somebody out? And the answer is 1, and it's either congratulations or I'm so sorry, do you want to listen to Adele and eat ice cream together? It was kind of our joke. The understanding that what we see in media and even maybe what other people model isn't always a healthy model, and having that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation today. I learned something. You know, I come from a different era, and stalking was very overt back in the day.
It still can be. I should say I focused on the youth component. but we
Right, the
absolutely-
technology component, which I was somewhat aware of, but you made it very crystal clear, and I appreciate you bringing that to the public's attention.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephanie Novelli. I'm a Deputy District Attorney here in Tuolumne County. DA Cassandra Jennegy sends her regards. She's actually in court in the middle of a hearing, so I am here. I coordinated with Pam in the beginning or before we came because I'm very cognizant of the board's time today. So I just had a few comments about human trafficking. And when we talk about human trafficking, it can be sex trafficking or labor trafficking. And I'm here to tell you that is happening in our community. There's a common misconception that our community is safe from these horrific crimes, but we're not. It is happening here. We are seeing acquaintances or partners prostituting out their intimate partners. Most typically, it's a male pimping out a female, though that's not always the case. And what we're seeing is it's for drugs, it's for alcohol, it's for just access to shelter. Victims are often our most vulnerable populations. They're struggling with addiction, or unfortunately, this happens a lot with our youth. Young girls are meeting people online. It starts as a request for a new photo or a video. Then there's an offer of companionship, of understanding, of love, and the grooming process begins. And I know all of us are very familiar with the recent prosecution of a male who was targeting young females, giving them drugs for these types of videos. That's the starting of the grooming process. And if that had continued, what we are seeing is that then there's in-meeting, because this is all online, right? So then it starts to be person to person. That youth may become addicted, it may go from marijuana to heroin or methamphetamine. Then they're addicted and they want to keep getting it, and then they're starting to be prostituted. So that's where we're seeing the beginning of where human trafficking is coming from. Human trafficking can be difficult to investigate and even more difficult to prosecute because survivors of human trafficking rarely cooperate, unfortunately. It can be fear of their trafficker. They can be afraid that they're going to get in trouble for their actions. And there can be a distrust of law enforcement or that the criminal justice system can protect them at all. I'm here to tell you that the Tuolumne County District Attorney remains committed to identifying these victims, offering whatever support we can in conjunction with CNVC, and bringing those that commit these horrific crimes to justice whenever and wherever we can. And I'm asking the board to adopt Resolution 14, 2020, proclaiming January 2022 Stalking and Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we read the resolution, I'd like to ask if there is public comment on this item. Anything in the room? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, I'd like to ask Supervisor Brandon if he would please read the resolution out loud so everybody gets the benefit of hearing what it says.
Absolutely, thank you. All Right. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. This measure would designate the month of January 2022 as Stalking and Human Trafficking Awareness Month and would encourage all Californians to observe Stalking and Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Whereas under the laws of all 50 states, the U.S. territories, the District of Columbia, and the federal government, stalking is a crime. Whereas 6 to 7.5 million people are stalked in a one-year period in the United States, and the majority of victims are stalked by someone that they know. Whereas 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner have been stalked by an intimate partner or by that intimate partner. Whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and lost productivity at a much higher rate than the general population, whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders, whereas many stalkers use technology such as cell phones, GPS, cameras, and spyware to monitor and track their victims, whereas there is a need for great public awareness about the nature, criminality, and potential lethality of stalking. Whereas criminal justice systems can enhance their response to stalking by regular training and assertive investigation and prosecution of the crime. Whereas laws and public policies must be continually adapted to keep pace with new tactics used by stalkers. Whereas communities can better combat stalking by adopting multidisciplinary responses by teams of local agencies and organizations and by providing more and better victim services. Whereas human trafficking is a nationwide public health and civil rights crisis, its victims and survivors are everywhere, with Tuolumne County being no exception. Whereas human trafficking includes both labor and sex trafficking, with both international and domestic victims. Whereas anyone can become a victim of trafficking, while women and girls are the primary victims, victims and survivors come from every background, race, gender, sexual orientation, and economic status. Traffickers target individuals who, for any reason, are vulnerable. Whereas young people are particularly vulnerable to trafficking and exploitation, but face barriers in reporting what has happened to them. And whereas all communities must seek to prevent human trafficking before it can occur by promoting safe, healthy, and supportive environments. Finally, whereas Tuolumne County is striving to become a place where human trafficking does not exist, where people have opportunities available to them, and where all people are treated as fully human and worthy of a supportive community and freedom. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize January 2022 and each following January as National Stalking and Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And do I hear a motion?
And with that, motion to approve of the resolution.
So I was going to second, but before I did have a comment on the trafficking portion.
Okay.
And just wanted to, thank you, Stephanie, for the presentation. When you said survivors rarely cooperate, right? And that's a key point. Especially with younger people, but throughout the ages, no one wants to admit that they allowed themselves to get taken, essentially, right? In a bad way, a very bad way. And I just, I appreciate the efforts of the DA's office and doing whatever we can to go after these folks. It's very important.
So I will say that these survivors, there's a lot of manipulation. There's a lot of time that goes into where we get from, can I have a photo, to the actual trafficking part. And there is a common misconception that these survivors feel like it's their fault, that they made the choice to do these actions, that they allowed it to happen. But in fact, it's these perpetrators, perpetrators of these crimes that are highly sophisticated in how they recruit, especially the most vulnerable that sometimes come from broken homes or are looking for that extra support, that they provide that, and then they use that support and then violence to essentially force these victims to do those things.
And I appreciate your follow-up with that, and exactly true, right? They're being very they're being manipulated, very badly. And so thank you for, stating that though. So I have the second.
Any other comments? All right, roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
So the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunha?
Number 7, presentation and recommendation of a comment letter to the Board of Forestry on the adoption of the 2021 State Minimum Fire Safe Regulations rulemaking.
Welcome.
Good morning. I am Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, definitely not Dory Beats. She is not here today, but she, with the team, Dave Ruby here, our new planning manager, as well as Cody Nesper from County Council's office, and a few other folks have worked tirelessly on monitoring the Board of Forestry proposed regulations. And so we are here today with another proposed letter for your board to approve. I'm going to just talk a bit about where we are in the process, and then I'm going to hand it over to Dave, who will kind of go through at a high level what we're looking at with these new updated proposed regulations. So on April 23rd, 2021, the State Board of Forestry announced their proposed rulemaking for state minimum fire safe regulations. This officially signaled the commencement of the public comment period, which closed in June of last year. As a general overview, the purpose of the proposed action is to make amendments to the SRA, or State Responsibility Area, fire safe regulations to address standards for fuel breaks and green belts, establish measures to preserve undeveloped ridge lines, establish standards for existing roads, fix areas of inconsistencies or conflicts, reflect modern definitions, firefighting equipment and development patterns in California, and recognize the regulations for reorganize the regulations for improved compliance. All of this is an effort toward the state's goals of becoming safer to the catastrophic wildfires that we have experienced over the last few years. And all of these regulations, staff believes, would heavily impact the county and its residents. Staff prepared a presentation for your board, and your board approved a comment letter in June of last year and submitted it to the Board of Forestry. The Board of Forestry's Resource Protection Committee then moved on the adoption of the 2021 State Minimum Fire Safe Regulations rulemaking, and then moved the draft forward into a 15-day public comment period, which began January 3rd of this year and ends January 19th of 2022. So the new draft regulations, once again, as I mentioned, have implications to our Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, specifically Title 11 road standards, but also Title 17.56 having to do with lot setbacks. There's also potential impacts in the realm of water provision for public utilities, as well as homeowners with private systems, septic systems. We have received a comment letter from Tuolumne Utilities District, which was included in your board's packet as well. And then staff have prepared as well an analysis matrix for a comparison of the selected key areas where the proposed draft fire safe regulations differ from current county ordinance or policy, which may cause complications for land development and road stewardship in the future. While there are likely some areas in the proposed regulations which will warrant further and ongoing legal review to vet out fully all implications, staff have identified some inherent ambiguity remaining in the draft regulations which has not yet been fully addressed by the Board of Forestry, and have addressed this ambiguity in the proposed comments before your board. So as I mentioned, attached in the staff packet as well are some draft comments. And then Dave is going to take you through at kind of a higher level of some of those specifics that are contained in the comment letter. And also, just so your board is aware, the Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, are heavily engaged in this as well as a lot of our other rural county partners, not just in the Sierra Nevada, but also on the coastal counties as well. So we are not alone in our concerns, and a lot of the concerns we share, other counties can share as well. So yeah, having said that, I'm going to pass over to Dave.
Thank you, Liz. Yeah, this, as your board knows, is a troubling and very important set of regulations that are coming down the pike, and it's been a wild ride. We've been together on this subject since May of last year, when it first appeared on the horizon, and it is pretty much something that the Board of Forestry has done every 5 years on a cycle since 1991. And there is a good rationale behind these regulations and these rules. Any of you who watched in horror over the last years to see what happened in some communities in California, such as Paradise, can understand why this sort of thing is very, very important. However, it comes at a time that really puts us between the proverbial rock and hard place. We're also working in a world where we need to find more housing than ever and make it affordable. We operate in a tourist-centric community where we want to have more people up here to enjoy what we have to offer and to add to the vibrancy and also the local economy. And we have natural resources that we need to protect. We're definitely sort of have this all unfolding right now, and it does put us in a tricky spot. We need to navigate this as gracefully as possible to guarantee that our county will survive, that we'll have places to build homes for our kids in the generations to come, to guarantee that people will visit us and spend their money enjoying our communities here. So we want to get it right. And the current draft that's before us on these regulations has a lot of ambiguities, and we think still needs some rework. And we're not alone in that opinion. A lot of our other rural counties around our state, and especially the ones that are in a wildland urban interface kind of area where folks live amongst forest and near forests, both in the Sierra Nevadas and on the coastal ranges. This would be very impactful to their future as well. So we're going to move through a PowerPoint real quick. The current draft is a revision on a revision. The original one came through in April. We sat in some meetings and commented in June on the initial draft. Another draft came out after that. We reviewed it, commented on that one as well. The Board of Forestry then made significant revisions in a draft that was presented publicly on the 22nd of November of last year. They dropped it right at the Thanksgiving break and had their meeting very shortly after that, so we had a very short amount of time to digest the 70-odd pages of legal rulemaking text and revisions. It was a little tough. We kind of chewed through it and found out that they had changed a lot of stuff. And some of the things I think we felt were walking back certain things that we felt actually were going to be very difficult for us to deal with in the future. There were some technicalities that they actually kind of backed away from based on public feedback from all the stakeholders in the state. We're thankful for that they listened. And we're willing to consider making revisions, but there's still some things hanging that we think need revision, and so we've prepared a letter for your board to consider signing. The deadline for that to be turned in is tomorrow, so we want to be sure that that goes out so that our voice is heard. Next slide, please. Our these all the county. So for also going to be possibly all of, but color or the call and
portion of the county, and that is also SRA, state responsibility area, but it is not designated very high fire hazard severity zone. So these regulations don't necessarily apply to that area.
And don't have local design and stuff. We really that and one and the next. So, looking at the revisions that we have before you, and we wanted to kind of run down department by department and agencies what some of our hit list of things that have us still kind of concerned. So, from the position of Community Development Department, we know with this new draft that the regulations won't apply to building permits for lots that are linked to maps that have already been approved prior to enactment of new regulations. So there is a grandfathering in of certain maps, but they're kind of unclear still as to what that date is exactly. In one place in the new revisions, it suggests a date of 1991. Elsewhere, it is a lot more recent. So we aren't sure on that. We need that to be clarified in black and white. It's still unclear on if or how these regulations will apply to certificates of compliance for construction. It is a definite known, I think, when we see the implications of these rules, that you can expect a slowing down of the review process, because throughout the entire county organization, and then also in conjunction with our water serving utilities, there's going to be a lot more review and inspection necessary. It's a little unclear, but in some situations, it may even require geotechnical work to prove that roads are strong enough to hold certain weight amount of a fire apparatus to get to that lot. And it may require several miles of testing on roads with the way the rule is currently written. So review process, it's going to be likely very slower through the county, and it is because of the increased staff costs and cumbersomeness. There may be increased fees that would have to be recalibrated to be sufficient to cover the labor to do the review work for these applications. It is evident that some properties might not be able to meet lot setbacks, and additional hardening requirements as defined in the new rules would have to be provided for the construction that people would want to do to be able to do it. So adding on to a second house to a lot that is allowed to add a second house. They would potentially look at that setback if they don't have an honest 30-foot setback as is required in the new ordinance. They would have to potentially build expensive concrete or block walls around the periphery of the site as well as do clearing. And so that may be a deal breaker for a lot of folks. That's an expensive thing. As I've said, the economic impact wouldn't be just to property owners who are wanting to do things to develop their properties, but it would also be to different county departments as well, and the long-term impacts are really unknown. The current draft of these regulations is rather unclear on how different kinds of use permits could trigger regulations. For those of you who don't know, it'd be like a conditional use permit or a site development permit, for instance, on a piece of land through a development project. We simply don't know. There's a lot of ambiguities there. If it's a permit that's issued for use that's consistent with the current land use mapping, we think these regulations shouldn't be triggered, but it's not crystal clear. If the use permit is needed for a commercial project that would increase density or on a vacant property that's zoned commercial, but has a general plan land use designation of commercial, it appears that these regs would be applicable. And in any case, any land use that would increase either the density of people on the land or the intensity of the land use, like for instance, going from agricultural to commercial would be an example of that. It would trigger these regulations, and it kind of opens a Pandora's box of potential costs and complexity to get those projects delivered, or it may just be impossible to deliver them completely. Our local county fire professionals, they have pointed out that while there's a minimum specified for the WUI compliance, they don't really have a maximum criteria established, and they haven't defined what standards are really to be used. A huge burden is going to be potentially that the inspection authority for any new building permit or development permit to go forward through the process through the other county departments, it would put that pressure on our Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Unit. And we currently have one inspector who reviews development projects with us as our partner. And if suddenly he becomes the bottleneck for the dozens and dozens of projects that come through, we've got to figure out a way around that. The way the law is or this revision is currently written, if a local agency can't handle the responsibility or the workload, then it ratchets back to CAL FIRE and it becomes their problem. However, I don't think any of us here in the county would like to put CAL FIRE in that position. So that remains an open issue that we have concerns about. Our partners at Tuolumne Utilities District pointed out to us that we have issues with the provisions in this regulation that require kind of a guaranteed municipal type water service at every lot that they would potentially need to come fight fires at. And if you're not hooked up to a water main and paying a utility bill, then you need to have a private water system, a well and a tank, I would assume, that would be capable of meeting their minimum requirements for firefighting on your lot. I don't know how many of us are in a position where we can provide that, but that is what the requirement is. And we have some serious concerns about the implementation of these proposed regulations in regard to water. TUD also voiced concerns having to do with the accessibility of some of their water infrastructure, and the fact that a lot of their water conveyance infrastructure is a really old system of open flumes and ditches which has served them pretty well for the last 150 years. However, we do have problems with it from time to time, as we saw a couple of weeks ago when inclement weather caused a tree to sever part of it and put them in a really tough position for a while. As we move forward with new development, certainly a lot of the modern infrastructure replaces older infrastructure, especially in the new areas. That's been our habit as we've reviewed projects over the last several decades. But the Board of Forestry stipulating that the entire system needs to be a certain way is not really feasible for us to accommodate immediately. Public Works and Engineering, we can see right away that the local road standards that we have in our Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Chapter 11, all about roads, and we'll have to revise huge chunks of that to bring it up to match these current state standards that are being pushed forward. The standards for new development they've walked back some things, but there's still quite a lot that they have written in that's troubling, particularly in provision of paths of ingress and egress that meet their current standards. So for instance, if you had a lot kind of out in the boonies, pretty far from a collector street, maybe even on a dead-end street, if you wanted to subdivide it into 5 lots and give 1 lot to each of your kids, if you had 5 kids, you might not be able to do that because of their rules for how long a dead-end road can be, how long a new dead-end road can be connected to an existing dead-end road, and then also what's the width of the existing roads leading all the way back to the main road that you connect to. You have to meet the new standards with your new development, and it could trigger an avalanche of, oh, you got to do road repairs a mile away from where you're actually at to meet the new standards. TUD pointed out that some of their water tanks are on long single-lane paved ridgeline driveways to get up to the tank for them to service it. Will those be defined as a new dead-end road and have to be widened, even if they are kind of gated for their infrastructure access only? We have a lot of questions that it's just not clear yet in these rules, and it could be misconstrued. You know, honestly, we're also kind of worried that if these rules are adopted, it could be weaponized, so to speak, by the insurance industry to go after folks who live on streets that, by no fault of their own, are just a little bit too narrow or not capable of supporting a 40,000-pound fire engine. And so, you know, we're hoping that isn't the case, but we simply don't know. So the next steps before us, in addition to just trying to get our heads around and understand what is before us, is to review and consider the draft letter that we've presented to you today. If that is acceptable, we'd like it to be signed. We need to submit it by tomorrow's deadline. At that point, with all the comments that are coming in from other stakeholders, we earnestly hope that the Board of Forestry takes them to heart, does some reworking of these proposed rules, and gets back to us again so that we can do this again. We want to get it right. We want rules that kind of meet in the middle, give us a future, also make it a safe one, so that Tuolumne County will be someplace that has a rich and vibrant future. So we thank you for your considering this. Thanks for listening to me yammer on about these issues. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to go to Supervisor Campbell, who's in the room first. He's been intimately involved in this. Then I want to go to Anaya Kirk, who is on Zoom, because he has also been involved in this, for their comments first.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair.
Dave, yeah, thank you, Dave, and thank you, Liz, and Dory, who's not here today, for all of the work that you've done on this. I would submit to this board that probably prior to March of 2021, the Board of Forestry didn't know where Tuolumne County was or much about our county. Now they definitely do.
They know us now.
They're very aware. We've made sure that they're aware of our unique geography and how development has happened in the past, and how the steps that we've taken to take control of how we develop in our community in a fire-safe way. And ultimately, I agree with the underlying rationale that the Board of Forestry is trying to achieve, is that we all want our development to be done in a fire-safe way. But what this does is it's a one-size-fits-all approach. And that's the bottom line conflict that we have over some of these regulations. And you laid it out perfectly, much more in a much more educated way than I would have been able to. And I really appreciate being able to work with you and ask questions, because I think probably the most common thing I ask of you, I say, am I reading this right? Does this mean what I think it means? And it's true. There is still quite a great deal of ambiguity in some of the regulations here. And as we know, if there's any ambiguity in development regulations, they tend to be either exploited or it adds extra red tape. And so essentially the way I see this is it's creating another unfunded mandate for our county. The state has bright ideas about how land use management should be, and yet they're leaving it to local jurisdictions to enforce the law and pay for that. So, CDD, Public Works, our fire departments are going to be left holding the bag. And when community members come to me and say that they've, the permitting process is too lengthy, they're encountering too much red tape when it comes to working with the county, it frustrates me, because I know that a lot of that red tape doesn't originate here. It originates outside and at the state level. And we're just in the position where we're at the front of the line trying to make these projects work in our county. So the elements, I was glad to hear. I was really concerned about the building construction element of it, because it didn't specify whether or not that meant if I install a new water heater in my house or if I build a 25 unit subdivision. It didn't specify that, but my understanding is now that's much more clarified. Are you comfortable with that element of it?
Yeah, they've walked back the building permit item itself, but they are looking closely at increased land use density. So if all of a sudden more houses pop up, they're like, oh, there's more people there, that's a problem. So yeah, it still seems like a moratorium on growth, but if you need to re-roof your house, Board of Forestry doesn't want to get involved. So they did have to walk back that entire building. Anytime you pull a building permit thing, it was going to trigger it. They've stepped off that ledge, and we're thankful for that.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up the land use density. That's what I wanted to highlight, because on the one hand, what this is telling us, it's basically a penalty for local jurisdictions in rural parts of the state against increased housing. And yet, on the other flip side, we're getting all this pressure from the state to increase housing options. Mm-hmm. And so these two things are very contradictory. Just to kind of illustrate for our community the position that the county's being put in by some of these regulations. We're being told, on one hand, don't build any more houses because it's in a fire, it's in a fire danger area. And then on the other hand, you don't have enough houses, do everything you can to build more, and we're kind of, again, we're stuck in the middle. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you about was with respect to the dead end roads, which was the other major concern. So if you have a lot of people have very long driveways, those are grandfathered in now under the guidelines as they're put.
It seems so, but you can't really make them any
Okay.
longer.
Okay,
So if you wanted to build another house on your back 40 and your driveway was already pretty much at the limit, and you needed to lengthen the driveway to get to your back 40 in the second unit, that would probably be a no-no.
Okay. And what if we were just talking about maintenance, if we were going to repave your driveway, if we were going to?
I don't think there'd be any issue with that.
Okay. And then, sorry, the actual last thing is, what would you say are the one or two most detrimental elements that are still in the draft plan that we're going to be, I mean, they're in the comment letter, but what would you highlight as the one or two major issues that remain?
Boy, I think for us, the definition of the agency having jurisdiction and just kind of making their problem our problem is a huge one, operationally and fiscally, and it I think will slow down the development process and increase the costs to the end users as well as to the county. That is, I think, going to be an ongoing one that's going to be difficult to figure a way around. Administratively, we're going to have to do significant revisions to our ordinance code in 2 or 3 sections of it, and that will be a big drawdown of resources administratively to adopt and revise that part of our local ordinances. Other aspects, there are potentially some proposed projects that may be scared away permanently by the costs of meeting the new requirements as they've evolved. It's just very hard to say. But yeah, earlier drafts of these potential regulations, folks in rural counties, rural mountain counties especially, just immediately perceived that, man, these are a local economy killer. We recognize the necessity for stringent rules, but we've got to find something that will allow us to survive. And I think there's still some concern there with that note.
Yeah. Well, just thank you very much for the work that you've done and for very quickly putting this together in the face of this highly truncated public comment process that we've been given. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell. Supervisor Kirk, I'm sure you have some comments.
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, hey, first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Half for chairing today. I came down with a bit of a cold over the weekend, and so last minute I decided probably wouldn't be best to come in. So Half, thank you for covering. With that being said, Supervisor, he did a great job of summarizing a lot of the issues, the concerns. So I'm not going to really go into any of those points. But Dave, what I do want to ask is kind of what are the next steps? Because we've kind of done this back and forth the last, I don't know, year and a half, year or so. So how many times do we expect to be going back and forth, or do you see this winding down here pretty soon since they have been doing some give and take, or do you see this dragging on for quite a while?
It's tough to say, Supervisor Kirk. It's been a tennis match so far, going back and forth with it, and they've moved forward through the state rulemaking process with the current draft, and this is kind of like the last gasp. It appears to me to be the last gasp comment cycle before it then moves forward through the remainder of the rulemaking process at the state level in channels that I honestly do not fully understand. But it sounds like they're getting close to the end of the trail. However, we've also heard that things are happening via the RCRC to file a writ to kind of delay the officiality of this rule taking effect so that it can be refined further, because there are a lot of other stakeholders who feel, hey, this rule needs further refinement. There's a lot of ambiguities. There could be loopholes that could be exploited. This is not right yet. So I don't entirely know how that works and how that plays out, but it sounds like there are other communities to whom they also feel they don't want to go down without a fight, and that the rule is not ready yet. So stay tuned. We'll be watching it, and we will keep everyone here informed, and we'll continue to chip away at it if need be.
Okay, great. Yeah, and just my final comments are just thank you, Dave and team. You know, Campbell said it well. Basically, since day one, we've been, when I say we, you guys have been on top of it. You've been reviewing these drafts, making comments. We've been inviting them to several Zoom meetings and conversations. So it's I think it's a bigger deal than a lot of people realize, and you guys have been at the front of the table. So just thank you again, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Supervisor Kirk. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, and I think both supervisors said it well. This board's been very united on this issue and trying to address it. I think with staff too, who have worked with very short timelines to go through very complicated, ambiguous documents. So I really appreciate this. To me, this is just another example of California kind of setting a lofty goal and then shooting itself in the foot for a lot of rural areas. So we're talking about a housing crisis. We're talking about addressing homelessness, and I think these are things that the governor takes a lot of pride in, the legislature's trying to do, so SB 9 and SB 10 and SB 330 and all these, right? And yet then they're excluded for high fire risk areas. And then you can't build unless your roads are there. And yet we get $4.4 billion a year in SB 1 gas tax money in the state, which probably would be enough if even for a year it was all diverted to actually fixing local road projects instead of 35 or 40% or whatever ends up trickling out. I think it was said really well where the core idea of this, fire safety. I hope the Board of Forestry is watching these meetings. Maybe, we'll see. That they see it's not wanting to try and be more fire safe. We've consistently put that as a top priority for the board, taken a lot of actions for it. It's if you're going to increase our burden, we need you to increase the backing, right? If this was a legislature committee, there would be a state constitutional obligation to backfill some of these additional requirements to us, even though that doesn't happen very often, but it should be there. And it should be the same if it's a gubernatorial appointed board. If you require us to have extra inspections, as you're mentioning, and then the road testing, and the ingress and egress, which are great ideas. We have a $45 billion surplus in the state, and where is that for rural counties who don't have any of that funding at all? I know that I'm probably just ranting up here. It's just frustrating because we are in I care so much about saying housing and jobs here, and then this is something that just comes in and kneecaps everything that we're potentially trying to do. And who knows what the impact is going to be on prime ag lands and what it's going to be on what areas can be able to develop for as far as development goes. Paradise costs $2 billion. California spends like $37 billion on firefighting. You know, I think these regulations would be a good investment for the state to put money behind. But they got to listen to us, because that concrete wall thing in particular scares me. Is that what we're going to see in Columbia and in Jamestown and these historic main streets? Yeah, the one size fits all. It's very upsetting. So I just had three quick things at the end of that. One, how is this impacting our discussions on Title 17? I know you mentioned, I think it's 15 or 1754, whatever the road setbacks.
1756 is the lot setbacks. So yeah, that would need to be revised as well, with beefed up to match or exceed the standards that the Board of Forestry adopts.
Okay, do we think this is going to delay our Title 17 overall, or are we able to move forward and then have this amended after the fact?
Yeah, I believe it's the latter. Quincy can speak to that, but I believe our timeline on Title 17 update is hopefully implementation sooner than these would come out, especially knowing there's some potential maybe legal action that might be taken on these forestry regulations as well.
It's only like 600-700 pages. It's not even that big. So I want to ask one final recommendation too, was that we also send this to RCRC and CSAC in particular, our representatives there. But my last point on it, we are coming towards the end of this process. I think I mentioned it before, but I'd like us to know what our legal options, whether it's through RCRC or CSAC or as an individual county, to potentially pursue damages for something like this. And on the thinking of our legislative agenda side, we can pass a resolution, but then what are we kind of doing with it, you know? I think some type of showing up rally, being able to attend a meeting or being able to schedule a lobby day with our legislators, I think could be really effective as well. So whatever the option you think may be most effective to what body, what can we be doing? We've already done the phone calls. Like I think Supervisor Campbell said, they're well aware of who we are now. How do we step up the pressure on that as a county as we enter this final process? So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Brandon. Now we go to Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right. So this is very complex, right? The implications are far-reaching. I agree with the Board of Forestry wanting, that they're concerned about better protecting the public. We've seen the disastrous results here in recent years, especially. But I'm concerned, of course, that they have not worked closer with the counties, before they leapt, out there to do this. They recognize some of our concerns, and not just us, lots of other counties, there's a lot of input that's gone into this. But they've clearly fallen short of addressing some significant outstanding issues. And whether or not, hopefully RCRC will have some success, if they file a writ or whatever other legal procedure to, hold this off a little bit until, we can, go further. Dave, for yourself personally, you've just got a tremendous amount of effort into this. Your staff work is excellent. And I know you've worked with, other staff members and Dory, with OES and, working with TCFD, but you've put a lot into this, and I really appreciate that you did so.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's huge. There's just so much here. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize Cody Nesper for his guidance, as part of this from the legal standpoint, because how we respond and portray stuff, we need to do it in the right manner. So thank you, Cody, as well. So just appreciate, all the work, and we'll just have to see, where this goes, from here. Time will tell, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg. And before I make my comments, I'd like to open this up now to public comment. Is there anybody in the room that would like to weigh in on this?
Hello. Okay. So thank you very much. And I'm really glad I was here to hear about this rulemaking, because this definitely has impacted me already. And that is that we live in an area, we have a big parcel of land that we graze and have kept the fire danger down in a huge way. But during the 2 times that the people along the roadway set the property on fire, it was well grazed, but there still was an impact, and the fire trucks came and stayed overnight and the whole thing. Well, I was a bit, I didn't understand when one of the firemen told me during the last blaze in 2018 that our gates, which are 12 feet wide between the pastures, would no longer be adequate, and our cattle guard would have to be expanded to 16 feet. So I think I heard that term, 16 feet. So back in 2018, they were already talking about that this was going to be a requirement. So it's not that big a deal to change gates, but to change a cattle guard is much bigger deal. And so I just thank you for your understanding of all the financial stuff you talked about and your work working with the group that has been looking at this rulemaking and what the impacts would be. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning again, Kathy Fasilla. My husband worked for the Forest Service for 20 years and then worked for SPI for the last 17 years of his life. And I really feel for all of you, both county and board and RCRC and so forth, because the Forest Service has their agenda and they will not change their agenda much. They have a very strict idea of what they should do for your counties. And they don't really care much about the people in the counties. So I would suggest that, all the letter writing, I've been coming to board meetings for, 6 or 7 years, and they just want to play with you. They just give you a little teeny tiny bit so that you think that you're moving ahead and let you wait and wait and wait while our county, God forbid, doesn't burn up. So I just want to really warn you that this is a really serious situation in our county.
All right. I've been listening to all this, and most of the stuff I carry in my backpack are U.S. Supreme Court rulings. That's the bulk of it, what I carry in there. And this, what you've been talking about, is totally illegal by the state. And it does violate U.S. Supreme Court ruling, Miller versus U.S., cancel that one, wrong one. It violates Cohen versus Virginia, 19 U.S. 6 Wheat, 1821. That one's still on the books. That's John Marshall's ruling. The government of a state and its officers are constitutionally required, affirmed by oath taken, to uphold the constitutions, that's the U.S. Constitution and their state constitution, and to serve the citizens who are their sovereign, and not to defraud those citizens. There is no valid constitutions, compliant state laws, statute, rule, or code that states, under duress, threat, and against his will, A, in parentheses, obtain permission from the state to engage in rights guaranteed in the Constitution. And that's that one. Now we have another one, Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, 319 U.S. 105, 1943. Since the privilege in question is guaranteed by the federal Constitution and exists independently of state authority, the inquiry as to whether the state has given something for which it can ask a return is irrelevant. And then, since the Constitution, since it's, and then I'll repeat this, since the privilege in question is guaranteed by the federal Constitution, the preamble to the Constitution, this is my Cato Freak Pocket Handbook, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. There is no justice in this for any property owner or for the Board of Supervisors. You made that very clear, Ryan Campbell. And then of your whereabouts. Ensure domestic tranquility. Well, that's peace and calmness. There is no peace and calmness. It's a disaster for everybody, every property owner, commercial owner. And then secure the blessing of liberty. Well, that's freedom. There is no freedom here. This is all BS from the state, and it is null and void. And you do what you got to do on tomorrow because you got to answer, but stall any way you can. And then I need to see the 2 follow-ups and I'll read it, go over it, and then I'll write something up real fast for Dory Beats. And then you just send that back and you can ignore it. Thank you.
So do we have anybody else in the room? How about on Zoom? All right, I have a few comments. I find it striking that public ownership here in this county is 22.6%, of which only 5.3% is zoned for residential use and 0.26% for commercial and industrial uses. Yet we are tasked as a board to increase our sorely lacking housing supply, as has already been stated here. And Dave, yes, wild ride indeed. The comment period closes tomorrow. This amounts to an unfunded mandate, as Supervisor Campbell said, coming down from the state. And it requires many more hours of staff oversight time per month if this would be implemented, which would have major impacts in our county. Proper procedures have not been followed for these proceedings, and two were sidestepped completely. The Board of Forestry rules could possibly be weaponized by the insurance industry. Boy, howdy on that one. I can assure you, as the representative for the RCRC for this county, which is the Rural Counties Consortium, for those that you don't know, that this is on RCRC's radar. I would recommend that we add and copy the following agencies to our letter, as has been mostly recognized here in the comments. That would be CSAC, RCRC, Cal OES, and the Governor's Office. I think all of those offices should be copied on this letter, and with that, I would like to move that we, with those amendments to who we copy, I would like to move that we recommend this comment letter to the Board of Forestry on the adoption of the 2021 State Minimum Fire Safe Regulations rulemaking.
I'll second.
All right, roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
So the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And at this time, I think it would be wise to take a break.
Who's the seconder? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. So this was motion made by Supervisor Haff and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. Sorry about that. And with that, I'd like to call a 10-minute break. We should reconvene at 10:53. Thank you. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're going to get this board meeting started again. Naya, are you with us?
I am with you. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So we're going to return to our board agenda to number 8. Ms. Cunha, will you please read number 8?
Consideration of approving comments on the social and economical resilience across the landscape, Searle Draft Environmental Impact Statement.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson.
Yeah, good morning. Yes. Liz Peterson with the Tuolumne County Administrator's Office. I am here today requesting your board approve a comment letter to the Stanislaus National Forest Supervisor regarding the social and ecological resilience across the landscape, otherwise known as Searle Draft Environmental Impact Statement. So the Searle project area is approximately 118,000 acres, and I have included the map in your board packet as well as that's what's being projected here for the public to see. And this is centrally located in the Stanislaus National Forest with portions located on the Calaveras, Miwok, and Summit Ranger districts, overlapping major portions of the middle and south forks of the Stanislaus River. This project has been developed in close collaboration with the Stanislaus National Forest as well as the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative in order to make a meaningful difference in achieving resilience within this important landscape. And just for a point of reference, this landscape has not had a significant amount of fire on it for many, many decades. And so it is still what's considered a green area. And so it is a very high priority for proactive treatments, as opposed to, say, an area like in the rimfire type footprint where there has been a lot of fire history, and that is more about restoration work generally. So the Searle interdisciplinary team has used cutting-edge technology and science to formulate the proposed actions and has now recently issued the draft environmental impact statement according to the NEPA process with a 45-day comment period. The DEIS presents a suite of proposed actions, which includes alternative 1 and then 2 alternatives, and then 2 other alternatives, alternatives 3 and 4, all of which are designed to reduce wildfire risk and to improve forest health and resilience. Let's see here. The actions proposed include forest thinning, fuel reduction, prescribed fire, limited salvage, fuel breaks, and non-native invasive weed control. The DEIS has analyzed 4 action alternatives, as I mentioned, so alternatives 1, 3, and 4, and then a no action alternative, which is alternative 2. Those are summarized in your board packet in the staff memo, as well as I included a couple charts from a town hall meeting that the Stanislaus National Forest staff gave, or ID team gave, which kind of just is a really simple matrix so that you can see the difference between the various alternatives. Again, alternative 2 is not listed because that is the no action alternative. So just at a high level, alternative 1, and again, that's what this map is because this is staff's recommendation for your board to support. It contains a variety of different actions, and this alternative in particular was developed in collaboration with the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative. So the actions proposed in alternative 1 include forest thinning, fuel reduction, prescribed fire, fuel break maintenance and construction, salvage, hazard tree abatement, temporary road construction, invasive weed control and eradication, and forest plan amendments. Alternative 1 was developed to apply the management approaches and conservation measures presented in the 2019 Conservation Strategy for the California Spotted Owl in the Sierra Nevada. And then the application of the California Spotted Owl strategy is only included in alternative 1 and only made possible by the suite of proposed forest plan amendments as well. Alternative 3 is kind of modified to alternative 1 that essentially does not include any project-specific forest plan amendments or adopting the management approaches or conservation measures presented with the California Spotted Owl strategy. And then alternative 4, again at a very high level, was developed to kind of address some comments and concerns and suggestions that the Stanislaus National Forest ID team received kind of early on in the public scoping process. It does not include any of those forest plan amendments related to the California spotted owl strategy. And it does not it proposes to not do any mechanical treatments within California spotted owl protected activity centers or PACs. It also proposes to not do any salvage, hazard tree abatement, or herbicide use for the control and eradication of non-native invasive weeds. So comments are due on this draft environmental impact statement on January 24th. So I have included a draft comment letter. I put it up on the dais and I emailed that to Anaya, and then there are copies in the back for the public to review. And the comment letter essentially says what is in the staff memo is that staff is requesting your board approve this comment letter supporting alternative 1 for the following reasons. So first is that alternative 1 was developed in close collaboration with Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, and giving our partnership and the way that we work together on their behalf with the Master Stewardship Agreement and in other efforts, that it makes sense. Alternative 1 also proposes the highest numbers of acres to be treated overall, which when we look at, there's a variety of reasons of why acres treated is a significantly important number for fire and forest resilience. So that's why we're proposing alternative 1, or recommending alternative 1. It also recommends merchandising the most sawlog and biomass material, which is important for our local industries. And then alternative 1 proposes more allowable treatments in and around California Spotted Owl Protected Activity Centers, or PACs, which is a longstanding issue that we have had related to forest resilience. There's lots of areas around the forest that you could see, that you might observe, that are extremely dense, that there has not been any activity related to fuel reduction or at least mechanical work at all. And so those are just kind of chunks of acres where owls could potentially be living or mating. But the California Spotted Owl Strategy from 2019 sort of recommends some adjustments to how treatments take place in those protected activity centers. And it sort of is this balanced approach to work that could be done in and around where those owls live. And so for those reasons, also staff is recommending that alternative 1 be the alternative that your board supports in the comment letter. So with that, I'm looking for your board to approve a letter on the social and ecological resilience across the landscape, or SERL, draft environmental impact statement. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, so we'll start with the board, and I'm wondering if Supervisor Goldenberg would like to go first.
Thanks. Okay. Good update. Good letter, Liz. Thanks for your personal efforts, in managing the MSA. They're huge, everything that you've done there. And the SERL project is like super huge, right? And the cooperation levels, between ourselves and the Forest Service, YSS obviously is just intertwined in every aspect, with this. I'm just, everything that we're looking at here is wonderful. And, I really like alternative 1. The most acres treated is going to give the most benefit to protection, for the public overall. So thanks for everything you do. Okay.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I don't really have any questions. This is something that really benefits a lot. I mean, just look at the map. That's maybe what, 20-25% of the entire county with all of these treatments, and just really grateful for you, Liz, the work that you've done with the SERL project, coordinating with YSS and the Forest Service, and also the MSA. But really, thank you, YSS. They've been, great partners in this. And then ultimately, it's up to the Forest Service, and they have identified these areas which, so the big red strip up there, I've hiked up in there and fished, and I'm very familiar with it, and it's terrible. Very well in terms of, it's beautiful, but in terms of fire safety, it's not very good. And so what they're looking at is treating it and actually taking some initiative to certainly not eliminate the risk of wildfire, but when inevitably we do have wildfires in these areas, they're going to be not as hot, and there's going to be less fire fuels for them to burn, and we can have a little more control over it, which is the point of all of this. So, yeah, I agree with the letter. I think I support alternative one as well, and I just really can't thank you enough for the work you've done on this.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Thank you. I'll say too, I mean, especially for your work and for the rest of the staff's work in this, because I think we have been exceptionally proactive as a county in addressing this. On Motherlode Views, I had the chance to talk a little bit about just the experience of being a new supervisor and having my district and the surrounding area catch on fire 5 times in just about a week, including the Arola fire right on the other side, and just sitting there tracking it play by play. Is that going to jump the river? Is that going to get into some inaccessible roads? Driving up from my district up to Camp 9, that side, that's a hard place to be able to fight a wildfire. So it is very heartening to see these options presented. And I know that we have these great collaboratives, because it's not just staff, though I think it's largely led by our staff as well, but with our other partners in trying to find one that's ecologically balanced, but is also supporting our local economy. And at the end of the day, I think, as Supervisor Campbell said, providing us a measure of safety and reassurance that if a fire comes, we're going to have a place to make a stand, keep it a lower intensity, and protect our communities. For any of my constituents looking at this, the bottom left there, you can see a number of projects, especially along ridge lines there, providing kind of the last backstop to be able to fight if something came down. I'm really happy to see that, and I'm happy for all the work that has been going into this. So really great job, Liz in particular. I continue to be impressed with all these projects as well, and everything that goes into them. I know that California has been for a long time focused on, I think, environmental policies that have been more on indicator or single species, but looking at this as an entire ecology, because it's not good for any species to limit the amount of thinning or reduction or prescribed burns that we do, and then to have a catastrophic fire come through and destroy all the snags and all the potential habitat for the species that you were trying to protect in the first place. So it's very forward thinking, and thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. I have 2 quick questions, and then I'll make a comment. Liz, the questions are, I know several months ago, maybe it was 6 months ago or longer, we had sent a letter. Basically, there were some high priority areas within Cyril. Is there any more update on that as to when that work might begin? And then the second question is, overall, do we have an idea of when this option 1 might start, work on the ground start with that?
Yeah, so your board sent a letter supporting Supervisor Kuiken's request for emergency situational determination, which is basically determining that it is an emergency now, even though there is not a disaster currently. This is the first time that any sort of proactive decision or request had been made like that. So Supervisor Kuiken sent that request to the Chief of the Forest Service, and the guidance that I hear is we're sort of getting through this Cyril process to ensure that there's no significant red flags that come up, but we are hopeful that sometime in March is when we would hear on that, and that is the blue lines that we would be implementing kind of from that kind of red and green kind of kidney bean shape all the way up kind of along the highway in and around our communities, kind of all the way up to past Pinecrest, all the way up to like Strawberry area. So if that gets signed in March, then we will be ready to implement immediately. We're already working. Merve Mitri, who has dedicated now working on this work, has done a phenomenal job is working to put together all of the processes necessary to hire folks. And we do have funding to implement this as well from the California Climate Investment Grant, as well as some funding from the Forest Service. So it's long-winded answers to say, hoping to hear in March, and then we'll be ready to go immediately. As far as the Cyril overall, it will likely, so they will review the comments and then they'll go back out again with the final environmental impact statement. And there will be a short comment period there, and then the supervisor will come out with his decision. And then there's like an objection period in there. So hopefully May-ish is when that will be approved. And again, we at the county, with the holders of the master stewardship agreement, are going to be poised and ready to implement immediately as soon as that is signed. So starting in May for the rest of Cerro, the fuel breaks hopefully in March.
Okay. Thank you for the update. And then everybody else has made all the similar comments. So I'll just say thank you to YSS, to Jason from the U.S. Forest Service, everybody. This is amazing. And you know, that item that I brought before the board last week, the more and more I dove into research, the more I found out how we really are doing some amazing things here in Tuolumne County that really aren't taking place in other parts of the nation. So it's awesome. It's cutting edge, and I support it 100%. And I support whatever our partners are suggesting, which is option one. And I think it's even pretty awesome that we're working around the spotted owl. So we've come a long way, and I'm just excited to see this implemented. And again, when you look at this map and you look at the east southern portion, you know, where the rimfire was, and you know that that's burned, and then you look to the other side of the corridor, once we get this in and implemented, I mean, we basically have kind of sandwiched that 108 corridor in bringing a lot of fire protection to our community. So I can't thank these partners and groups enough. It's a great thing. So thank you, Liz, for all your hard work on it. I know you've been there since day one with MSA, and it's pretty much attached to your hip. So thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you. And all the comments that I would make have already been made, so as to not be redundant, I would just like to say thank you again to the Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative for the amazing work that you do, and if you'll pass that on to the whole group. And I'd like to open this up now to public comment. Seeing none in the room, do we have any on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to this board for a motion.
Madam Vice Chair, I will move that we approve the letter as written.
I'll second.
All right, it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, we've got two more items before lunch, and I'm cognizant of the time. I'm hoping that we can all work together to accomplish both of these before lunch. So with that, Ms. Cunha, would you please read number 9?
Discussion and direction on the board workshop to be held on February 9th, 10th, and 11th.
All right. Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. The item before you today is an update for the planning of the board workshop that will take place in February. The board workshop is scheduled for February 9th, 10th, and 11th. And as you can see in the memo, the first day would be a board meeting. I'm going to go over first the board meeting actual schedule for those who are listening and maybe watching. So the board meetings will take place on Wednesday, February 9th from 9 to 12. We will have a workshop with department heads. After that, that is not a board meeting and that is not open to the public. That will be staff work. On Thursday, February 10th, we will start at 9 and I have till 5. It's possible we could break a bit earlier like we do on these days. And then on Friday, on February 11th, 9 to 4. We have been spending, mostly Christina, has been spending a lot of time these last couple of weeks trying to find a location. We try to find one that will work with all of our needs. When we talk about technology, the size, the location, and then we also look at the cost. And so she did a lot of vetting for us. One of the facilities that meaning I used it quite a bit in the past for OES, and they always made it available to us at no cost, is Word of Life. And so that was one of the facilities that Christina had contacted, and they have offered it up. They do a lot of the pre-planning for us. They set up the rooms, they help clean up the rooms. They really are an amazing team up there. And they've offered it to the county at no cost. So that kind of solidified that it's a great location. It's off of Highway 108, so we know if there is snow that a highway would be plowed. And they also have their own plow as well. So in the event that we have snow, they will ensure that the walkways in the parking lot is cleared up for us and for anyone else who is planning to join us. As we go further through the memo, what my plans, and this is all high level, seeking your input today and then working with the facilitator, is normally on Wednesday, the first day of the workshop, we spend a few hours talking about what happened in the previous year, what we would like to see happen during the workshop, and expectations the board has from what they'd like to hear from department heads. I'd like to hear some of what you would like to hear from your department heads today, though, as we have a department head meeting on the fourth Tuesday of every month. So when I meet with them next week, I'm able to give them a much better idea of what you want. And plus, some are here and some are listening for them to be engaged in the process too. So the first day, we kind of revisit the 2021, 22 board goals. And then we talk about what we can expect for the next day. On Thursday, this is where I'd like to change it up a bit. In the past, you may remember that what we would do is on Thursdays, department heads would come in, they would prep, they would get, say, 3 to 5 minutes to talk about each of their departments. And they almost sound like the chipmunks. They're trying to get as much information to you as quickly as possible. It's difficult for them, and sometimes they don't always feel as if they're being valued because they're having to rush through what their needs are, and and they're passionate about their departments. And it doesn't always serve the board well because you're also getting a lot of information, like via fire hose, right? Just all at once. So we've spent some time thinking about how could we change this up, and I'd like to make it more of a true workshop style conference for you. In that, once you tell us exactly what you would like to hear, and we'll go over some ideas that we have, then we would make sure that the departments come prepared on Thursday, and we'll work more on Wednesday afternoon with them. We would literally have tables for each of the departments within this conference room that you would walk into. They would have information available, and then you would be able to engage with them and any staff that they feel is appropriate to bring with them. And you could actually spend some time having a conversation. Say we get started, by the time we do the pledge and go through the agenda, maybe do an icebreaker in the morning, and then you have most of the day to engage with departments and wander through each and listen to them and ask questions. So here are some ideas we had with the type of information they would make available to you. So on Thursday, first they would give you the status of the 21-22 goals. Where are they if they're working on any of them? Sorry, my glasses are fogging up. Where are they on those goals? What percentage are they in getting it complete? And when will it be completed? Current projects, what else are they working on? And then on what else they're working on is it discretionary or non-discretionary this time? Meaning, I'll use Quincy Yaley as an example. We all know she's working on the climate action plan. This is not discretionary. This is non-discretionary. The state is requiring that she go through this process. So then she would tell you the approximate amount of time it is taking from her staff to push this through. And say it's 30% of the time because, and then she'll give you the other projects. Then they'll tell you about their budget. They'll tell you about the board allocated positions and how many vacancies they have. And then finally, what is the biggest challenge that they're facing at this time so that you can begin talking with them about that. The goal of this, and I wanted to also make sure I thank Supervisor Brandon. He gave me some really good ideas for trying to work with our department heads to give you information as to what capacity of time is even available as you start thinking about these board goals for the next year. So as we are working on this, you will begin to formulate not only where we are in the 21-22 goals, how much time is available to you on the 22-23 goals. And as you know, as we start working, as we start getting close and then finalize some of these projects, it does make some capacity. So if we can focus on those and push them through. Yesterday, I was catching up. I'm on the NACO High Performance Leadership class. It's 12-week class right now. So yesterday, I did the whole week as I was sitting there. And there was one of the speakers who said, I'd rather push 3 eggs a mile than 30 eggs an inch. And you can tell this really, I mean, I wrote it down, and it brought me back to CSAC a few years ago when a gentleman also had everyone stand up and just turn a little bit, turn a little bit, turn a little bit. And his point was, if you're constantly focusing at different places, you never move forward, you just keep going in a circle. So with that being said, we want to give the board the tools so that you understand where we're at now with the level of work that we have done, when we think some of those projects will be completed, and that would then tell you when we would be able to start on new projects. It is our hope that as we work through this is that we can prioritize to finish what they're already working on, revisit the 21-22 goals to see if those are still items that you would like to proceed with. If they're not, we scratch those and then we move on to other goals that you may have in mind. I know that each of you are working with your constituents, you're having meetings, you're going to different homes, you're going to different locations. And so we will look forward to hearing what it is you're hearing from the community as well. What I'd like to do is finish around 3 or 4 on Thursday, and then we kind of have homework of sorts for the board members of thinking about everything that you've heard and combining that with your concerns as you go into this next year, so that when you come in on Friday, you are prepared with what you would like to direct staff and talk with each other about. And then on Friday, when you come in, we begin that conversation and we begin, where did we end up? What did you hear? What was concerning? I really want to hear all that feedback. And then start the process of, what are we going to do this next year? Where do we focus? Because we will use this workshop as a way to help guide us in the CAO's office when we're looking at budget. Department heads are coming to us, things that we recommend and things that we recommend funding and things we recommend maybe we put off for a little bit of time. This helps us do that. And then you'll see on here, I have a question. In the past, department heads did not attend on Friday. And my question to you is, would you like them to attend on Friday so that and really, again, when I say attend on Friday, we're all there in listening mode mostly. But if you have questions about a specific goal or priority that they are working on, and maybe you have questions, if the departments are there, you're able to call on them and get those questions answered without me saying, oh, let me follow up with you. This would be the first year since I've been in the office in the 10 years that we would have done this, but I wanted to see if that's something your board would like. That would require department heads to be present for 2 full days, so it would definitely impact, their work schedule. But if you wanted them there, I know that they would all do their best to rearrange their schedules to make that happen. So with that being said, I am looking to your board for, does this sound like what you would like us to do? Are there any changes you would like us to consider? Once I have all this, I will begin working with Robert Bendorf, who will be our facilitator. I forgot to mention that. He did facilitate a workshop we just did in December. He'll come back and facilitate this workshop for us. And so once I have your direction, I will begin working with him. And then, of course, I do have a department head meeting next Tuesday, which will allow us to begin working with them as well.
All right, thank you for those clarifications. And I think first we'll go to Supervisor Clerk on Zoom. Not clerk, sorry, Kirk.
No, it's fine. I've been called other names. So Tracy, thank you for reaching out to board members, getting some feedback. I think we're off to a great start, and I agree with everything you said. So without rehashing what you said, I do want to, I would maybe suggest that department heads are there on Friday just because they're part of the leadership team. And if we're talking about the whole year and how it's going to basically impact them and their workload, I think they should have some say in the matter. And if we have questions, I would like to be able to ask them. Hopefully we can get all that done Thursday, but maybe if we could have them there for a couple hours in the morning at least to vet any questions. And then one thing that you said is, and I don't want to I don't want to misinterpret what you said, but it kind of said that it sounded like you said we might cut some, potentially we might cut some of the priorities that we had staff working on last year. But I'd be very cautious because although there might be some priorities that we may not want to move forward this year, I would like to know how much energy and staff time we've already put into those priorities, because if a lot of those things are already in motion or, months away, or I don't know, maybe they're coming to completion this year, I would just be very cautious to just end it. So I think we need to, as a board, make sure that if we're going to cut any of those priorities from last year, we need to have a good conversation with staff as far as how much time and energy they put into it. Other than that, the 3 egg thing, I love. Keep it simple, stupid. This is going to be my 4th year on the board, and from life experience and being on this board, I am to the point as a board member where I just want to see, even if it's only a couple things, I want to see some completion of things that our staff have been pouring themselves into. And if that means that we put some ideas and priorities on hold, that's fine. That's why we're going to have this conversation. But we really need to finalize some of the stuff that the staff's been working on and support them in that. And so I'm looking forward to those conversations and to hearing, sorry about that, dropped my glass. Looking forward to hearing from staff on what they're working on, where they're at, and how far they are to completion, and then maybe prioritizing, maybe adding some new things based on that schedule. So I support the idea. I support the way this whole thing's organized. And I will leave it to the rest of my board for discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, thank you both. And thank you, Tracy, because I think this, over last year, this will only be my 2nd workshop of this kind with the county. Has a lot of things that I think are big improvements to be able to have a cool down period between when we're brainstorming to then, I think, compile our thoughts and bring it back. I think the end goal for me is not only that as a county are we setting ambitious goals, but we're trying to make sure that they're achievable and that they're strategically coherent. We want to align them internally with what departments are doing because very few projects only touch one department. And we also want to be able to make sure that we're aware of the external factors, what grants are available, what funding is there, and I think what regulatory changes are coming down. Because we can want whatever we want for our county, but if it's not aligned like that, I think it will create conflict and be difficult. So I'm very happy with the cool down. I'm very happy with the review of the ongoing projects. I think we've had a lot of changes on the board too. It's very important to reevaluate a lot of potentially anything discretionary that we have been working on, if that is still a priority, and then so that we have a better understanding of exactly what that capacity is. And we are able to opt into all of those projects and participate as well. See, I wanted to ask if there was a plan to incorporate work plans from some of the more proactive boards, committees, and commissions, the ones that actually do create and submit work plans of what they're working on. We've been doing, I think, a really good job with community development, and Quincy has been putting together one with the housing committee. It was a really good brainstorm. There's a lot of good ideas. Is there a way to incorporate some of that, or is that just going to be incumbent on the supervisor to bring those ideas in?
As long as these committees have staff support, for example, the housing committee would be Quincy. I can guarantee you that Quincy would be incorporating that in what she would present to the board. For homelessness, that would be our office. We would be incorporating a work plan and future goals into that presentation as well. So, and I think honestly too, the department heads are hearing you right now. So they're hearing that this is something you would like. We'll include it on Tuesday when I talk to them. So yes.
And if there is a time crunch, I would say I would like to see, for example, with homelessness, if there is not time to compile the full work plan, at least meeting with the chair and vice chair of the group to be able to review it and say, is this kind of what you were thinking for the year? Again, to kind of keep some more internal alignment there. I was thinking that for each goal that we select on this, one thing that may be helpful is trying to identify the partners and the funding availability. I know that may be hard sometimes. One example is with the governor's new budget and behavioral health. They have $1.5 billion in one-time capital expenses for that. That's a great opportunity that didn't exist last year. That's something that maybe we wouldn't have considered last year, but this year might be more relevant to it. Then also with finalizing the draft, I know we're having a really great meeting. I appreciate that we're going to have more of a roundtable kind of area where we can go to all the departments and discuss a little more in depth. Last year we got 6 minutes. It was the best 6 minutes spent with all of them, but you only cover so much. So that is giving us, I think, a lot of information. I would like at some point what we're able to come up with in draft can then be reviewed in some capacity by department heads to give a further feedback. So we take all of that, we put it together, whether that means they're there all day or just on call for the items, or we do a conference call, something that basically gives a sanity check. So when we actually put it all together, does it all fit? And I guess a question back too is how inconvenient, and is there a desire by department heads to be there on the final day?
I will know on Tuesday. This never been offered up. In the past, they would have been told not to participate on Fridays. My gut check is, yes, I think that they would want to participate. They would want to be there as you're developing and making decisions on those goals. It allows you to get feedback from them, and for them to also give you, besides just the questions you might have, but also to offer a little bit more perspective as what those impacts might be as you're making those goals. So, but I'll know more on Tuesday.
Okay, that's great. I'm definitely in support of it if it's not too much of an inconvenience with that for them to be able to attend. I would ask that if some department heads are attending, we make sure everybody is able to attend, because I also don't want to make sure, well, you get one or two and then other areas are completely left out. I want to make sure it's really fair. With all of that, I think that's all the comments I had on it. I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to this, being able to strategically plan for the next year.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right, so some changes in our approach here. I look to see that they're positive. Wednesday, sounds good. We need to have that important discussions amongst the board members and top staff. Thursday, I really like this idea. I want staff to bring, the things that they're concerned about. We obviously made a lot of decisions this past year, budget-wise. We'll need to look at that again next year for where we go or do not go. And we need to have that input and able to do it with the department heads is critically important. Yeah, we did not have near enough time last year. We were brand new. 3 of us were brand new in office, and we only had that very limited time. And it was good. Hi, nice to meet you. But we didn't really get any quality output, from it. So after being in office for a year, I feel that I'm much more prepared now to, look at different issues, to ask questions about areas that affect all departments, and where are we going? I do like the idea of trying to end that day, a bit early as far as the department heads, so that the board members and admin staff can have a little bit of time to digest and prepare, for Friday, right? If we just run up to the end of the day, and I understand the idea of a little homework for the board, Tracy, and I'm not against that, but we also need some discussion time, as well, I feel. Friday, yeah, I think it's very important to have department heads there, but I think we should limit it to essentially to, the noon hour, right? Because we need time as a board, but that gives us the last time to ask them more questions, to, get their input. But I would look for on Friday that our department heads they've had all the time on Thursday to, project things and where they want to go, and sell, programs and areas that they want to, move towards. On Friday, I would not want to see that, quite honestly. I want them to be there to answer questions and not try and, rehash out, where they want to go. Having enough time, we need to review, what we had as far as a direction this year, 2021. We need to look at, what successes we had or did not have, right? And if we didn't have them, why not, right? Where did we lag? Anywhere throughout the county system, whether it be the board, admin, department heads, we need to understand, what was successful or not and react to that. I very much, as Supervisor Brandon said, and I know Supervisor Kirk is very much in favor of this area as well, is that we set achievable goals, right? If we don't, if we're not able to have something that's quantifiable and achievable, then essentially we're not, in my estimation, we're not doing our job, right? We can talk about it forever, but we need to get stuff done. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Supervisor Huff. Yeah, and thank you for those comments, all the other board members. Well, when I look at this, it's a fairly simple outline for a meeting over this week, but I'm really struck by the amount of work, Tracy and Eric, that you put into this over a long period of time. We've had more discussions about this than I can count. And I'm looking at it from your perspective, trying to herd the 5 cats that all have different constituencies, and we all have different priorities and things that we're working on, trying to come up with a plan that's going to be able to give us all a voice, and by extension a voice for the community. I just really thank you for the amount of work that you put into this, and it really shows. I think it's a good plan. I support it 100%. I really wouldn't change anything. I think, and Supervisor Goldenberg said it well, that, what we're looking for is not just more talk, or discussion that leads to more discussion. We're looking for discussion that leads to action. And I think we have a good outline here to achieve that. On the last point, the question that you have for us about department heads, initially I was sort of inclined to say no, but upon listening to some of the things that Supervisors Goldenberg, Kirk, and Brandon said, I changed my mind. I think that would be a valuable thing to have. My only concern was that I didn't want to pull people away from the work that they're doing. That was the main concern that I had. But I think this is important enough. We're going to have questions. We're going to have ideas that will come up that may or may not be feasible, or there may be challenges that we haven't considered. So we need the expertise in the room there to be able to speak to that. And so if they're willing, I don't want to force anybody if they don't want to. But if they're willing to come and help us in that stage, I would be more than happy to have the department heads there. And that's all I have.
Thank you. All right, thank you. I've just got, I think, 3 comments. I like that on Wednesday, to get a start, we review the prior year's goals and begin discussion for the goals of 22-23, and that we don't just save it for the last day. So I really want to make that emphasis there. On Thursday, I had a recommendation. It doesn't mean we have to follow it, but in order to have the best interest in time, everybody's time, department heads' time, and so that the department heads are not having to repeat themselves 5 times, I would suggest that we supervisors pair up so that they'd only have to repeat themselves 3 times. There'd be 2 pairs and 1 lone supervisor to go through the different tables that you are planning to have set up. So that's just a suggestion. And then as far as your question on Friday, yes, I think we want the goals, objectives, and strategies to be cohesive, and I wouldn't limit the time that department heads could be there. We might set some parameters for the later part of the day where it's basically the board talking amongst themselves, and if they have questions, that the department heads are there to help answer those questions. I think that's really important. So those are my comments, and I'd like to open it up now to public comment. Seeing none in the room, do we have any on Zoom? Okay, I would like to,
Could I ask a question, Supervisor?
yes.
Just one comment is, meeting, you don't need to pair up. It is a board meeting, so you could have all 5 of you at one spot if you wanted. So just something
Okay.
to keep in mind that you're, because it's an actual board meeting, you do not have limits as to how many of you are at one place to have those discussions. The next one was, I am hearing that from majority that you would like department heads to be there all day. And my only concern with if we did to noon would be, we don't know how quickly you will progress on setting those priorities for 22, 23. And you could run into, now you're there and they're not available, and your department heads need to know how to arrange their day well in advance. And so, I'm already getting a text from 1 or 2, do you want me there? So just something to think about. I'm trying to give them as much notice as possible, and of course, we will invite everyone. It's likely we will not have every single department head there, depending on what's going on. We have court, we have a lot of other different types of issues that they are trying to balance in addition to this. So, but we would make sure that they were all there. And can you think of any questions? I think that might be it.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the department heads on Friday, I still feel that it would be good, to have them there in the morning. I would like them to be available in the afternoon for questions, but I think the board needs some time amongst the board to talk things out, and sometimes that might be a little bit difficult, when we're going over some areas. But anyways, that's just my thought.
Great. Thank you. One thing that I forgot to mention too, and I think we've all hit on it. One of the things was trying to identify what do we mean by having achievable goals, and that I think SMART. Speaking of an KISS acronym, SMART's another great one. Making sure it's all, what is it? Strategic, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-oriented.
Like that, yeah.
There we go. All right. Making sure that each one of those is like that. But to each department head, and I'd say even sometimes to some of the director level, there are some folks that I've already reached out to about stuff that I'd like to see done and questions about what's happening. But at least for my expectation, if there's a department that has any ongoing things, certain situations within that we need to be aware of, or things you'd like to be working on, or something that you oppose and you really don't think is a good idea, it's my expectation that if I don't know it, I need you to bring it to my attention. So please schedule a meeting with me. My calendar is always open. Put an hour on there anytime, and we'll make it work, because it's going to be very difficult, even with the new format, to sit and have an hour-long discussion about some of these topics that are probably a 100-hour topic at some point. So thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure that we asked if there were any people wanting to comment on Zoom. I know we asked in the room. There are? There are not. Okay. All right, so I would like to entertain a motion.
We don't need you to make a motion.
You don't
today,
need a
just
motion.
Need just looking for
So
general
comments you
direction.
got?
Yep, that's just so I can hear, is this what you would like? Again, what I'm still hearing, and I'm sorry to harp on this, but I want to make sure I'm going where you all want us to go. Do you want me to arrange for department heads to be there all day or not? I hear Supervisor Goldenberg's concerns. Just because you're having conversation doesn't mean that they have to participate either. But I do need to know so that they can plan for their day. So if you guys could, have that discussion amongst yourselves of
Well, it's still a board meeting, so the public is going to be there. So it's not going to be a completely private, like closed session meeting. So I want everybody to understand that.
And I wasn't suggesting that at all. I just sometimes when you're trying to work through some things, we'll have spent Thursday with them. had a lot of input there and, some follow-up perhaps on Friday, but that was just where I was coming from, and I'm well aware.
I kind of hear both, and this is hard for me because I agree that 12, I don't think we're going to have made enough progress into identifying and discussing the priorities. That what if we get to the top 3 and then the 4 and 5, then the department heads leave? That's not good. So I want them there for most of the time, but I do agree. I want to have as unrestricted of conversations as we can. That's just back and forth. And sometimes that's difficult when all the stakeholders are right there sitting and paying attention to every word. Potentially, if there's some way that it could be maybe until 3, that would leave us a little bit of time afterwards to maybe synthesize some of those discussions and kind of review what we had done in the previous 6 hours as a hypothetical solution.
I'll give Supervisor Kirk another chance to weigh in on this one topic.
I would say that we have 5 priorities from last year. We're going to have a discussion on what potentially the next 5 priorities are going to be. But from my experience on this board, they don't change too much. So I would say that if between the conversations Wednesday and Thursday, if we don't come back Friday pretty adamant as far as what we want our priorities to be, and if we can't knock that out by noon, then I don't think we're doing our job. So I would say Friday by 12, I think we should be able to have this hammered out and have all of our questions at least of staff by Friday at 12. That's my thought. That way we can get them out of there, and then we're going to need a couple hours ourselves to at the very end to just formalize those priorities. So that is my last thoughts, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it is a public meeting, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but department heads could be there the entire time if they wanted to.
They could, yes.
Yeah, so,
But generally, when we've asked them not to attend so that you have that time to speak amongst yourselves, they have not attended
okay,
because they've not been there on Fridays in any other workshop.
yeah, I don't know, I hate to say it, I'm okay either way. So if it would, move things along in the interest of keeping it simple, I'm okay with it being an all, having them available all day, and then with kind of the idea that we would narrow things down by noon, but formalizing it, I think that we can probably work it out without it being particularly formalized to say, okay, everybody get out of the room by noon. And I don't know if that accomplishes what you're talking about or not, but.
Now, like I said, I'd like to commit them to all day, but the afternoon to be available should further questions arise. That's kind of where I was going.
I can agree with that. So committed for all day, with the majority of that time of discussion weighted in the morning, and then still available in the afternoon for questions should they arise. Correct,
because we shouldn't, something can very well come up, and we're going to want that input.
That's right.
Right, and so I'm fine with that. I think we look at the morning period.
So I'll go along with that.
Okay.
I just want to put a word of caution. I think the reality of it's going to be if they go back to their office, there's a chance they won't be available. People will come in, calls will come. So that, I'm really not trying to nitpick this, but I just want to make sure your board is weighing everything. If I'm in my office and that door is open, even sometimes when it's closed, doesn't mean that I'm going to be available, as you guys all know, for when someone actually calls. So just something to think about as they're dealing with operations.
I'll cut to the chase here. They can block their calendars out. They can close their door. It doesn't have to be that way, right? I'm just saying, just because they're not there personally doesn't mean that they're not committed to that effort. That's all I'm saying.
I have a suggestion. How about if we don't make this decision now? Because a lot depends upon what happens on Friday by 12. And if we can ask the department heads to be there at least until 12 and then give some kind of a temperature check during Friday as to whether we'd like them to remain because there's still some unanswered questions, or we release them. We'll know. We'll know then.
I'm going to dive out, and I think I know where CAO Riggs is going. She just wants a firm commitment answer from us, and I would say the answer is they should be available all day on Friday.
Okay. I will instruct them that whether they're at the meeting or not, they should be available and they can deal with that.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think we have agreement on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So it's about 10 minutes to 12. Do we think we can knock out number 10 quickly? Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead. Ms. Cunha.
Consideration of hearing the first reading of an ordinance amending 2.52.010 on the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, increasing the salary of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Morning again, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. This item before you today, I bring to you, Eric is handing out another handout for me. It's the same information of which you received and which was put in the back for anyone in the community. Earlier, I just took and sorted it a bit differently and did a few things just for more comparison purposes. But before we go there, this item's coming before you today as the California Constitution requires that the board salary be set by ordinance. Only the board can pass an ordinance for a county. And there's more specifically why I'm bringing this before you is that in September of 2017, and I'll back up, even in 2016, a conversation had come up with the board about board salaries. The CAO at the time was directed to go to the grand jury and ask them to look into it, and they did. I took an excerpt out of the grand jury report from 2017, which says Tuolumne County supervisors should receive a pay raise equal to the increases negotiated with all county bargaining groups, thus establishing fiscally responsible, consistent, and stable pay practices for the current supervisors and all future supervisors. The minimum pay increase that your board negotiated with your employees was 3%. It ranged as high as 10, but the lowest was 3. So this item before, based on the grand jury's recommendation to ensure that our board salary continue to move, is that you do the minimum of 3%. And I did put in here, CPI was 6.8% for the year. And as you know, that was brought up to your board during bargaining as well, but we are bringing this to your attention today for your consideration. For further consideration, I did go ahead and grab, I think there's 10 or 11 counties that I just handed out to you, and it shows you what the board salaries are for those counties. And some of them, as you can see, actually give a differential for when a board member actually steps into the chair role, recognizing that they have some additional time and duties to help, helping with the agenda, helping to do a few of the other things that we do in board committees and facilitating the meetings. So on this most recent handout that I gave you, as you can see, if you were to take the average for all of these counties, our board would be 41% or $42,000 below all of the other counties. And for median, it's 44,000 or 39%. So then I went even a little bit further saying, okay, there's some large counties in there. What if we were to look at just the small rural counties? And you can see you'd be 10% below. And then if I even took out Alpine, because they are really an outlier than from every other county in the state of California, you're at 17% or still at 10% below. There's been other conversations in the past that we have had with the board about comments that we've received both in public and also in private conversations, is that if our community wants to see people sit on the board that are not retired, then we have to be able to pay a wage that people can afford to sit on the board. And right now, you're at the lower end of that. You can see that. If you were to put these in order, even with the 3% increase, which would take you almost to $52,000, you're still second low to lowest. So I'm not asking that you do more. I'm just giving you some insight as to how your salaries compare with other counties. And we did use the counties that we compared to for bargaining. So also wanting to make sure that those are included in this. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them. But our recommendation is that the board waive the first reading and set the second reading to February 1st, 2022 to adopt the ordinance amending section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, increasing the salary for the Board of Supervisors to $51,939.27, effective for the pay period beginning April 10th, 2022.
All right, comments from the board. Who wants to start?
Yeah, popular subject. I think we're probably a pretty strange group of people because we're probably the only ones that would have a hesitation or big discussion on potentially having a salary increase to it. I know I've had a lot with staff in particular on it. I didn't run for the money whatsoever, but it is absolutely true that I have normal human bills to pay. This used to be somewhere, I think, in the 30,000 range, and it would have been exceptionally difficult, if not really pretty much functionally impossible to do this job full time, put the time into it, when I'm worried about if I can cover a mortgage or a rent payment. I think our compensation right now is relatively okay, but as in line with other bargaining units, everybody at the county is getting an adjustment, and over time, inflation does take its impact. I think how you get to the 30,000 or something that is way out of line is by not maintaining this. And so I think it is very fair to offer what we are offering, the lowest offer to our employees, which is the 3%. Some others got higher than that. And then if anybody does have questions, this is a great chart. Thank you, Eric, for it. Just comparing it, because actually there's, I think, a lot of public perception too that serving on this dais, we get $150,000 a year or anything like that, and we don't. So we get paid just a little over $50,000 a year, and it's a good, solid job. But nobody's getting rich up here. So I agree with CAO Riggs. I think this needs to be a position that working people can have, and I would be in support of the 3%.
Thank you. I concur with Supervisor Brandon's comments. As a board, we were very successful this last year in managing the county budget. We did a good job. We've turned things around. We still have some money that we're holding back, looking at different areas. And we treated our employees fairly. Not everybody got the same amounts, obviously. We made some decisions that as a board were not necessarily easy to make, but we did them for a number of reasons, looking at inequities, potential employees leaving or difficulties in recruitment. But really, the very minimum was 3%, and this is not even, addressing what we gave all of our employees, which was $1,500 one-time, fee, one-time payment, to recognize that the issues that they all dealt with during this, horrible time during COVID. And we're not looking to do that, with this board. So I agree too that, the 3% is very fair and should be enacted for our board.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree with the statements that the other supervisors have made, and I support the work that my fellow supervisors have done over this past year. I think our financial situation and the need to have a living wage at the board level justifies the amended ordinance. That being said, I can't support the ordinance based on commitments that I've made to my constituents, having been elected, and same argument essentially that applied when we visited a similar topic for all electeds.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. I'd actually like to wait for public comment first, if you don't mind, before I make any comments.
All right. I will make comment first and then ask for public comment. All right, so by my calculations, if we add the 3%, which is a little over $1,500, we come up with a total of $53,497 a year, which still leaves us in second to last place. So I don't know that we're going to get more than 3% if we have the votes for it, but I just want to stick myself out there and say, this board does a lot of work. And if we expect to get good, qualified people who may be retired, maybe not, we need to be in the middle there. And my recommendation would be the line that says average small rural counties, 56,897. That puts us somewhere in the middle, still the lower part of the middle. But even like Calaveras, which is a small county, much smaller than ours, makes quite a bit more. And I'm not advocating for that. But I'm thinking about the future, and not necessarily myself, because I don't think anybody on this board is doing this for the money, because we work every day, weekends, nights, and the money is not what we're doing it for. So I would just like to state publicly that I'd like to see us a little bit more in the middle. It would still be the lower end if we did the 10%. And with that, I'll call for public comment, and then we'll go back to Supervisor Kirk. Anybody in the room? How about on Zoom? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Titzenel, and I'm calling in particular to talk about this issue only today. And I ran for supervisor in 2018, and this particular item was on the agenda back then, and I spoke out against it then. I'm going to speak out against it again. The same arguments were used last time. The CAO, Tracy, made a really nice speech, giving you guys a really soft bed to lie on, and agree that you deserve all this money. And I'm not going to disagree that you either deserve it or don't deserve it. I think we do have to have a better wage there. But my problem is the moment we start allowing elected officials to set their own salaries is the moment that we really start going downhill. Benjamin Franklin, in his speech to the convention during the formation of the United States Constitution, had the same argument. You know, you can't allow people who are already interested in both power and money, you know, be able to set their own wages. Now, Supervisor Half just said that we're not doing it for the money, followed up immediately in the same breath by, I think we need the money. You know, so you're either one or the other, if you ask me. What I think the compromise is, and I said this 4 years ago, is that you go ahead and vote for the money. And I don't care if you vote to raise it to the $80,000, which is the average for all the other county employees, or you just match the average for non-government workers in Tuolumne County, which happens to be right about $53,000. I don't care what you set it at, but you do not profit from it yourself. You have to wait to get out of office before that money takes effect for your seat. That's what I would like to see. I think that's the fairest thing, and it keeps us from going down that road of trying to enrich ourselves off of the government's treasury. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments, Dave. Christina Cunha, do we have any other comments? Before we go to Supervisor Kirk, I did want to say one more thing, because it was something I was thinking of and forgot to add it. In the future, this is very uncomfortable, I think, for every one of us sitting up here on the dais today to talk about and to vote on whether we should get an increase. And in other jurisdictions, they have a citizens review board do that. And that might be something we want to look into for the future, or talk about other mechanisms. Right now, we've got this tied to the grand jury. And so anyway, that's just for future reference. I think we should look into that. And Supervisor Kirk, go ahead.
Sure. So I just have a couple questions for COO Riggs real quick before I make any closing comments. But I just want to clarify, kind of to Dave's point, should this board approve the pay increase, would we directly benefit from it, or would it be for the next board coming or the next elected person coming in behind us?
Should your board approve it, it would be effective in April of this year. So yes, this board would benefit from it.
Okay. And then, so say Campbell and myself didn't agree, could we be exempt from it, or is there any way? I mean, that's a simple question. Can we be exempt from the pay increase?
So what your board, any board members, if this were to pass, any board members that so wanted to could voluntarily decrease their salary. So essentially like what happened with concessions, the board, we had letters, your board signed them, and the salaries were reduced by the amount of which your letter stated you wanted your salary reduced.
Okay. Okay, well then I'll make my closing comments. And really, when I look at the matter, I actually disagree with the grand jury's recommendations. I think I understand the attitude behind it as far as wanting to be competitive and being in the medium, but tying our contract negotiations to a pay increase, I personally think it's bad business. I think the amount that we pay our staff and how we negotiate bargaining shouldn't influence how much the board gets paid. What I mean by that is, if we're giving a 2% or a 10% or a 5% raise, I'm not saying that our board or any other board would do this, but it does put in the back of your mind that whatever potentially the lowest, the lowest pay that we give to our staff is the pay that we're going to get. And so I think the premise of tying our contract to labor negotiations, I don't agree with that practice. So first of all, that's why I won't do it. And then I do agree with what Tichenal said. I think that any pay increase that we do give the board should be followed up by whoever gets the seat behind us, just to keep that separation very distinct and clear. When I ran for office, I knew exactly what I was getting into. I knew exactly how much I was going to get paid. And it never once crossed thought my mind that I was going to, give myself an increase. I do think there is a gap, but I think the way to fix that gap is to, in time, give raises, but they shouldn't be touched by the current board. And again, they should not be influenced by our negotiations for contracts. So for those two reasons, I can't support it, but hopefully I made sense as to why. And so I think we should take the vote unless there's any more board discussion.
Supervisor Half, I'm sorry, I need to interrupt. We're having some conversations about the ordinance and whether it's correct or not. I'm so sorry. We're asking if we could pause on this and just bring it back after lunch so we have time to look at it in more in depth. I apologize.
Sure. So I'm wondering if I have the will of the board, then we'll go ahead and postpone the decision on this for further discussion after we come back. And probably this would be after the appointments. But I'm wondering if I have the board's permission to adjourn our meeting until 1 for the board, and then we enter into closed session before the 1:30 appointments. I understand it's a small item that's there, and a half an hour should more than do it if the will of the board is to do that.
Is that what staff want? I don't know what the item.
Yeah, well, at 1, come back at 1, or maybe do it now. But
I need time to look at this ordinance issue.
Okay.
So that is what I'm asking.
All right,
for.
so then that's not going to be
sorry,
possible.
yeah, I need
Okay,
time.
so we will adjourn this meeting until 1:30 until we have our first 1:30 appointment. Thank you. Appointments. We do have several public hearings on the agenda this afternoon, and to ensure the public has a meaningful opportunity to participate, I'm exercising my authority as the board chair to modify the standard public hearing procedures to combine public participation from proponents, opponents, and those neither for nor against the items being considered. Comments will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes each. So Ms. Cunha, would you please read the first appointment?
Public hearing, consideration of submission of the closeout resolution 1522 and certification of completion for grant 18 CDBG 12933, Food Bank Public Services 420,000 to Housing and Community Development.
All right, so I will now open the public hearing to consider this agenda item that Ms. Cunha just read for a public hearing here. As described earlier, all public participation shall be combined, and each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment.
This any better? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. I want to mention that I do have my regular sign-in sheet. This is voluntary for anybody that is attending this public hearing. And written comments regarding the county CDBG program can be addressed to the county administrative office. So this is the last of the 2018 projects. You may remember that these were all funded as one group. It included the Gopher Tank Replacement Project, Housing Stabilization, and then this one is for operations of the food bank. It was $420,000. So they have just finished use of this money in November, and they served, our original goal was around 2,500, and they served nearly double that. So they've been very, very busy in the pandemic. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about this.
So Terry, thank you. When you said 2,500, what you didn't quite complete that sentence, 2,500
persons,
lower income persons.
Correct.
Right, so that's huge.
Yeah, it is. It's
You know,
a
so
lot
they-
of people have relied on
Yeah,
the food bank in the last couple of years.
Exactly. This grant fund, provided a lot of relief and assistance to many, many people. So,
Right.
great. Thank you.
Just gonna say it's nice, nice having you back too. Of course, got you later as well. That the Adco Food Bank, I think Joe did a really good job too, coming in, talking about it as well. And I've had the opportunity to go down. It's a huge community asset. It's a huge asset to Jamestown. It feeds a lot of people. And I think it serves a lot of the other food distributors in the area as well. So thank you for, again, continuing all the work on this, and looking forward to a vote.
All right, Terry, this is your last item, right?
It is.
Other than one that we present to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I don't see that, well, let me ask, Supervisor Kirk, did you have any comments you wish to make?
No comments on my end. Thank you.
All right, so we want to close out this resolution with a certificate of completion. I do want to give the public a chance to participate. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make a public comment?
I never sign for anybody, but for you, I sign. Thank you.
Anybody else? How about on Zoom? Okay. All right, well, I will close the public hearing. And just call upon the board members for any further discussion.
No discussion. I'll move that we approve the associated resolution certification of completion and authorize submission to the State Housing and Community Development.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Brandon.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Cunha, will you read the next item?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 1622 commending Terry Cox for her exemplary service to the County of Tuolumne.
Ready? Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Maureen Frank, County Administrator's Office. Before you today for your consideration is a resolution commending Terry Cox for all her services to the county. This is a very bittersweet. I am so happy for her, and her years of service here have just been incredible. And that's a little bit what I want to go in today, if you can please indulge me. Since the early 1980s, Terry Cox has worked as a grant writer and administrator for not only Tuolumne County, but for 11 other cities and counties in the foothills. In 1982, Terry Cox wrote the first successful community development block grant, or as our favorite CDBG, grant in the central region, which included $600,000 for housing and rehab programs. Over the career that Terry has had, she has gone to write on 120 successful proposals. And it's not just CDBG. Terry Cox has written successful applications for the EPA Clean Water Grants, the California Safe Drinking Water, the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Wastewater, Economic Development Administration, and the California Parks and Recreation, among others. But those are the main ones that she's done. Very talented lady. Terry has been the voice of so many in our community that often do not have voices. You know, there's a special place in our heart for those that are economically and socially challenged. Terry is always looking for creative ways to keep much needed basic services like the food bank, or our senior Meals on Wheels program, our housing stabilization program going when funds are tight for them. Just in Tuolumne County alone, Terry has written over 50 grants, and they span the gamut of so many different things. And it's been a great pleasure of mine to work with her on these projects. And what I'd like to do is read some of these just so you have them in your board memo, but for the public, so you know what kinds of things that she has worked on. So she is part of the National Disaster Resiliency Competition, the COVID 1, 2, and 3 grants, the tank replacement for TUD, the food bank. You know, just recently we replaced their trucks and got them a generator. You know, the water tank replacement in Jamestown Sanitary District, housing stabilization program, the Gibbs Estate Sewer Rehabilitation Program with TUD, the sewer rehabilitation study with Tuolumne City Sanitary District, Rush Creek over-the-counter project, where we help them achieve a loan for gap financing for their project, a sewer project in Jamestown Sanitary District, the Small Business Revolving Loan Program, the Hope House, where Terry and I applied for, and we were able to get grant funds to build that facility, the Tuolumne City Parking and Alleyway Study, the Jamestown Facade Project, the Jamestown Historic Study that was done through in conjunction with CDD, VNA Palliative Care Program, the ISIS facility, helped them get their facility there. Big Old Flat Area Plan, the Primary Care Clinic, Tuolumne City Area Plan, Evergreen Lodge over-the-counter program. Again, just like Rush Creek, gap financing for them so they'll be able to get on their feet and get going and be successful in their business. Emergency Children's Shelter. Terry and I applied for that grant to help social services who was really struggling with immediate placement of children that needed an immediate home and not have to sit in people's offices all night long before the workers could find a place for them. Motherlode Job Training Services, the Head Start facility, food bank, the purchase of their facility down there, and Standard Park flood control project. As you can see, the projects are a variety of projects impacting the whole entire county, is what she's been involved in. It has been through her expertise and efforts that Terry Cox has made Tuolumne County a better place to live. Terry is an incredible person who has devoted a career to our county and others in the foothills. She has guided us through the ever-changing world of the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and with grace. Oftentimes, it hasn't been easy, but she's been amazing at that. She's been a strong advocate for our projects, and I think over the 26 years I've worked with Terry, I think only twice have we not been successful in a grant application. I mean, those odds are phenomenal. One of those grants we lost by 1 point, and it was, we went down fighting, I'll tell you that. We advocated for it with a 1 point, and it was, I believe, for the food bank, and it was just a really tough loss for us because we thought we had a really terrific application. As you know, Terry is now retiring, but as I said, I still get to work with her for another year as we complete the community resiliency centers, and is always there to help out and be there. And before you today for your consideration is a resolution showing our appreciation for the work that Terry Cox has done for our county, our community, and for the people that don't have voices. So it's recommended by staff that your board approve the accompanying resolution honoring Terry Cox for all her years of service to our county.
All right. I will read this resolution, but first I think I'd like to entertain comments from the board and from the public.
Okay. I'll start. Terry, yeah, Mo said it fantastically well. I think that we take for granted a lot of the wonderful amenities and opportunities that we have in our county, but we don't see a lot of the work that goes into making these happen. You know, the work you did with Motherlode Job Training or on Standard Park, or you know, we just had a resolution about the food bank. What it requires is that you and Mo are up in the office, that light is on, you know, late into the night, working on these grant applications and making sure that we have all our ducks in the row and that our county stands out among however many hundred of other applications there are. And you have honed your craft, and your win-loss rate is incredible. I didn't know, so only 2 grants in 40 years. I mean, I that's got to be one of the best averages I've ever heard. And it really goes to show how lucky we were to have your time, and I hope you will not go very far, and that we will be able to use some of that knowledge that you've acquired over this time. But we're really grateful for the opportunity, the short opportunity to have worked with you and seen all the wonderful things you do in our county. But it's really, truly one of the unsung heroes of Tuolumne County. So thank you.
Right. And these are always embarrassing a little bit, but it's pretty impressive, the number of projects when you have to have 2 pages, I think, just to list out a partial list of the number that you've done. Okay, what do I want to say with this? Because I've known you since I've joined the board. We've seen you come into the presentations of that. Wish I had the privilege over these many decades to be able to get to know you, but I do know over the last 3 decades of life, I've grown up in this community, and I think benefited immensely. I was with a family that at points needed food assistance. I went to schools that were good. We had clean tap water, clean drinking water. And I think, we had places to live, and going from this entire list, I have no doubt that you and your work with the county helped to be able to make this possible, not only for me, but for so many people in the community that grew up and benefited from it. And I think Supervisor Campbell summed it up really well. There's a lot of great things here that we don't always realize who's behind the curtain making it all happen. And this is an opportunity to recognize you as the person that has made so much happen for our community, for our kids, for our families, and for people here. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you've done here.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah. When I look at the numbers, Terry, and I see 50 million in the rural regions and around 32 million in Tuolumne County, it's pretty astonishing. I don't know who's going to fill your shoes. But, you know, when I look at it, I also see in so many regards also economic development. Your hand has brought so much to this county, and I don't know how we're going to replace you. I know other people can grant write and we're going to be just fine, but just you've done a phenomenal job, and the numbers speak for themselves. And thank you for plugging into this community and doing what you've done over your career. And I wish you nothing but the best in your future endeavors. So thank you, Terry.
And I'll hold on to my comments till the end and open this up for...
One more?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Goldenberg.
No worries. Wow, Terry. Looking at this list, it's huge. You know, just the amount that you accomplished, and I know Mo is so thankful to have had you all these years, and you worked very closely with her. So thank you for everything that you did. Just the amount of projects that you brought to, you know, for Tuolumne County and for the betterment of Tuolumne County. It's, you know, you're looking at going into retirement, but I'm kind of hearing semi-retirement over a period of time. You know, so definitely best of luck to you, and thank you again for everything that you did.
Okay, thanks for butting in there. Appreciate it. And I'm going to hold my comments and open it up to public comment first in the room.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Johnson with the Tuolumne Utilities District. It's a privilege to be able to come here and recognize Terry. You guys have all said some really thoughtful things. Our district has benefited from Terry in many ways, but $5 million over the last 13 years, and her win-loss record, amazing. It's almost like when we knew we were working with Terry to put forth the grant, we were thinking about going ahead and putting our cost share in the budget before the grant was even awarded. That's the level of confidence we had in her. Our board will also be entertaining a resolution of appreciation for her. She's just, we've worked with a number of grant writers over the years, and she's just a pleasure to work with. She's no nonsense, but she always has a little time for some sarcasm, some humor, a chuckle, because in this day and age, you have to, with how complex everything has gotten. But with Terry, compliance was never an issue. We always just knew that she knew her stuff so well, and she would never leave a stone unturned. Very, very detail-oriented, and just a fantastic asset for this community. I'm not sure how we're going to replace her. I'm really disappointed you're retiring, but you earned it, and I'm happy for you. You know, that's kind of been our experience with Terry, and I really feel that her contribution to the community is much broader than just our limited self-interest for water and sewer. As you heard, disadvantaged people have benefited over the decades. So it's been a real pleasure working with you, Terry, and congratulations.
Thank you. Anybody else from the room? How about on Zoom?
Hi, this is Lori Adams. I've had the pleasure of working with Terry for over 20 years. And as I enter in the new contract with Tuolumne County, I have some big shoes to fill. And Terry, I just wanted to say thank you for being my mentor and leaving a legacy. And I look forward to trying to accomplish what I can for Tuolumne County, although I have some big shoes to fill. So I just wanted to say congratulations, and I look forward to continuing your legacy.
Thank you. Ms. Cunha, anybody else on Zoom?
Hi, this is Rochelle Kellogg with the City of Sonora. I have had the pleasure to work with Terry for the past 25 years since I've been with the city. She is our go-to. She's the CDBG expert we all turn to when we have questions. We've worked together on numerous projects. It has been an honor to know her and to work with her. And for those of you that don't know, she has fought so hard at the state level to preserve this program, to look out for our small rural areas, to make sure that we have the ability to access these funds. And without her voice in Sacramento, I don't think we would have the opportunities we do today. So Terry, it's been an honor. I wish I could have retired first, but there you go. You're out of here. Good luck to you.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Terry, I still remember the children's shelter when you landed that, because I was in child welfare long before that happened, and I remember those days where the ongoing workers and the emergency response workers had no placement for children. It was awful. And so you did a tremendous service just in that one grant, and I wanted to personally thank you for that. And this is a bittersweet moment for all of us because you've done so much for so many, and yet we want to wish you well in your, in your retirement or semi-retirement years, whatever they end up being. And I'd like to read you the resolution, read it to the public so they get the benefit to hear what has been written in this document. It's a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne on January 18th, 2022. Whereas, since the early 80s, Terry Cox has worked as a grant writer, administrator for 11 cities and several foothill counties, and whereas in 1982, Terry wrote the first successful community development block grant proposals in the Central Sierra region, which included $600,000 for housing rehabilitation projects in Tuolumne County. And whereas since this CDBG grant, Terry has gone on to write, now this says over 115 successful proposals for foothill communities totaling over $50 million, utilizing a variety of funding sources, including CDBG, Environmental Protection Agency Clean Water Grants, California Safe Drinking Water, U.S. Department of Agriculture Water and Wastewater, Economic Development Administration, California Parks and Recreation, and others. And whereas for Tuolumne County, Terry has written over 50 grants totaling $32 million and including the following types of projects: community facilities, public works, infrastructure projects, public services, housing and economic projects, as well as a variety of planning grants. And whereas in 2001, wrote and administered the county's small business loan project, which has generated $2.2 million for 50 small business loans in the county. And whereas in 2017, Terry came on board to assist the county with the implementation of the National Disaster Resilience Competition Grant. And whereas Terry is regarded as one of the most experienced and versatile CDBG practitioners in the state. And whereas this winter, Terry has announced her retirement as the county's CDBG consultant. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors wishes to thank and commend Terry Cox for her exemplary service to the community, and be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors wishes Terry great happiness with your family, friends, and traveling adventures in the years to come. Adopted by the Board of Supervisors in just a minute. Do I have a motion?
I will make the motion to that effect to approve the accompanying resolution honoring Terry Cox upon her retirement as Tuolumne County's Community Development Block Grant Consultant.
I'd like to second that. So we have a motion by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Half.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
So we have a 5-0 vote for the approval of this resolution.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take this opportunity to just make a couple of comments here. So one thing, CDBG is boring on a good day and it's exasperating on a bad one. And the thing that made it tolerable is all of the people I have worked with all these years. You did this to me. It feels like an episode of This Is Your Life. I'm not sure that all of you are old enough to get that cultural reference. But anyway, it has been a pleasure, all the people I've worked with all these years. So as I mentioned to Supervisor Campbell, there is more money about to come down than there has been in my entire career. So this is your opportunity to take advantage of the state and federal funds that are about to be out there and to make a huge difference in the viability of living in this county 10 or 20 years from now. So specifically, water and fire. So for water, we need to deal with our water rights and we need to deal with our infrastructure. I mean, that tank in Twain Harte, it's like there are many that, you know, are definitely moving that direction and they are colossally expensive to do. You know, with 55,000 people, we have no economy of scale here. We have to have that extra money. So being prepared, and you have to work with your public utility partners. You have to know what their needs are. There's some money that the county accesses that they cannot. So you need to be talking to them now. You need to be making sure that if the county has access to that money, that the prep work for design, the prep work for environmental, you know, whatever else it is, that's the stuff that needs to happen now. Because 6 months or a year from now, they're going to want projects that are ready to go. And if you are not, then you're not going to get it. So that's part of it. Fire, I mean, we've had a dry run just recently with the Washington fire, and we are not prepared. You know, if it had been a windy day, we could have been paradise, you know, despite all the efforts of our fire people. So we need to be working on the community level and the county level. There's going to be state money. There will probably be federal money. It's like we need to be organized now. If we don't do these things in the next year, 2 years, we may not be able to sustain the population that we've got here now, let alone anything else. Also, broadband. You know, everybody can see school and businesses are utterly reliant on this. So we need those 3 pieces in place. You guys are the only people that are in the position to allocate the resources, the staff, provide the leadership to do this. You need to work with all of your public partners to find out what their needs are, find out what it's going to take to make a fundable project, and you need to start doing it now. So it kills me that I'm not going to be around for all this money, but I'm retiring just the same. But Lori Adams and her partner Paul Ashby are the best practitioners in CDBG in the state right now. So they will be good partners for you, but you're going to have to provide them more feedback, work more closely with them because, you know, I live here, but they don't. So, you know, you're going to have to give them the background that I just knew. But with that background, they can really, I mean, they have an excellent track record. So they can serve you very well, but it's going to take more hands-on on the part of the board, maybe some on the part of the county staff in order to pull that off. But it's going to be so worth it. This is where you as a board leave your mark. You know, try and stay out of the culture wars if you possibly can, because we need you to focus on this strategic stuff. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, moving on to the next 1:30 appointment.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition honoring Maureen Frank for her 30 years of service to local government and presentation of an award from the International City County Management, ICMA.
All right. Good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administration. Today is a day we've been waiting for actually for some time as we received this plaque well over a year ago. But one thing I want to make clear as people who were listening is we had some confusion some other time ago, not with Mo, but with another group of people. We are not here because Mo is retiring. We are here to recognize over 30 years of service for public service. So with that being said, I'd like to go over a few things that are highlighted in her memo. I have a few things I would also like to say, and then of course I know you want to open it up. So Mo began her career in public administration for Jackson County, Oregon in 1990. And as she was working her way in that position, she worked on budgets, legislative analysis, grant writing, special projects, emergency services. In 1993, Mo was honored by the county for outstanding project management for the submittal and award of a $1 million grant for a remodel and upgrade of the county's regional dispatching center and emergency operations center. In 1995, Mo began her professional career with Tuolumne County. She came in as an administrative analyst and worked her way to a deputy county administrator. She is now our capital projects director. Her assignments have been wide-ranging. She has worked on many, many projects over the years, and a lot of them, as you just heard, in partnership with Terry Cox and with CDBG. She's now the exclusive director and construction manager or oversight of construction management for our 2 community resource centers. Over her tenure with Tuolumne County, and this does not even begin to highlight all of the things that Mo has done in her years of working with Tuolumne County. She helped to build or oversee the construction of our first and only emergency operations center. She helped with the regional transit center and road projects. She helped did oversee the construction of the Motherlode Juvenile Detention Center. She also helped oversee and do grant work for the Tuolumne County Jail. And of course, now she's doing the 2 CRCs, Community Resource Centers, one up in Groveland and one there in Tuolumne. Just those 2 projects are $19 million. And then she's been able to secure an additional, is it 5 million? That's what I thought. To help we thought we were going to have to scale those projects back. And Mo began working immediately when we thought that was going to have to happen. And through a lot of meetings and a lot of perseverance, she was able to secure additional funding to do the entire project in the way that she felt it was best that they be constructed. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about with Mo. Many of us who've worked in both county administration and departments have benefited from Mo and her experience. I like to call Mo our professor. She is a great teacher. She's so patient. She knows all the details. She knows all the history. She knows the process, and she can tell you the why. When I had my own success in tree mortality, I will tell you that not only was it just the success of Tuolumne County, but for the entire state of California, the first thing Mo said to me was, you have to get an exemption from the Department of Industrial Relations so you don't have to pay prevailing wage. I didn't know what that meant, and she explained it to me. I was able to advocate at the governor's conference room in Sacramento as to why we needed this to happen and why it was so important. This not only saved taxpayers millions of dollars, but also helped to stretch those millions of dollars into further and more projects. More hazard trees were able to be removed as a result of that. When Mo and I first started working together, I came in and filled the spot of Supervisor Half when she semi-retired. And the person who helped me the most in the department for OES was Mo. Again, her knowledge and her patience and her training and time that she'll spend with you, there's no limit to that. And she's still that way today. There's times when we would do staff meeting and someone would say something and I'd say, Mo, can you explain the detail on that? And Mo can always do that. When Mo and we were working together early on, and for those who know me, I like numbers and budget. That was why I wanted to work my way into the office. There was something that Craig used to call Mo and myself. So this is going to sound harsher than it really is, kind of. So it was Mo the knife and Riggs the ripper. So you could send Mo in to strategically carve out places, or I would go in and rip it apart and put it back together. Or the two of us, when we would show up together, would instill quite a bit of fear for people. Finally, two other things. Mo excels not only in technical competency, but also she brings passion, dedication, tenacity, and compassion to everything that she does. She wears her heart on her sleeve. All you have to do is spend some time with her and listen to her, and you'll learn that. And then finally, we all decided that this is what we think, if we had to come up with a way to describe Mo, is Mo Frank truly emulates and embraces her role as a public servant as if it is a part of her very DNA. Her hard work, commitment, and dedication has positively impacted generations of Tuolumne County residents, and we are fortunate to have her as a member of our team. And we were so thankful for everything that she has provided to all of us now and into the future. And then I'll open it up to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was really good. So now I'd like to open it up to the board for your comments.
Okay, I'll start. Mo, 30 years, wow. You know what you've done, Mo, is extraordinary, right? Over all this time, everything that you've given to the county, all the help. I know that, my wife Linda worked with you on a number of projects, and she always speaks very fondly of you and appreciated everything that you did to help her. One of the things that I really appreciate about you, Mo, in our personal discussions since I've been on the board for a year is that you don't hold back. You tell it like it is, and that's good. We don't necessarily always want to hear that, right? We ask a question, and sometimes, may cringe a little bit, but you're doing that is very important, right? Because it shows your professionalism and, just what you do, for the county. So congrats on your 30 years, and thank you very much for your efforts.
That was a very nice, I think, presentation synopsis. The main point that I took from it is we're recognizing 30 years of excellent service to Tuolumne County, and she's going to stay with us forever and never leave, right? Yeah. Mo, I really appreciate, I think, what Supervisor Goldenberg also mentioned, it's just having an open, honest, frank conversation about ideas and being in an idea space about what we can create here. And you have taken some projects that were, I call it just out in the ether, right? Something that people were considering and need, and actually made it happen. And millions and millions of dollars into making it happen and following through on it too. I would assume most of these projects take at least 5-6 years of ongoing effort, which I think, having just finished 1 year on this board, is absolutely incredible to think about. So thank you for all of your dedication to the county, all your time, and hopefully, give some thought to the forever thing, because I don't think we ever want to lose you.
Oh, Mo, you're probably one that you probably don't want to hear all this because it's kind of your personality, but you have to sit there and take it because we are so overjoyed to have had you in the county for these years and many more in the future. And so I wanted to share a little story. It wasn't the first time we met, so we knew each other before, but I had applied for a relief position at the library. And we were just talking, and you were the one sitting there doing the hiring and the firing there. Okay, so, I had to be on my best behavior and, be real impressive. And so we were just talking, and I said, there's I think we were talking about Eleanor Roosevelt, and there's something that she said, which is that it's better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. And that's what you are. You are the light for our county. You are here later than just about anyone else. I mean, I see you here working late into the night, and I work late too, but when I'm leaving, you're still here half the time. And the thing that I remember at that time when we were talking is that we both shared this real love of the county and the people that we serve. And you can't do the job that you've done over these years without really meaning it and really caring about this community and seeing it thrive. And so I really appreciate that, and I hope you are again one of the unsung heroes of our county, because these things don't just happen. And it's very hard to get anything done in government, as many people in this room know. You can't just snap your fingers and make things happen. There's paperwork. There are laws that you have to abide by. You have to get the state's permission, the Fed's permission, and then sometimes they don't agree with each other. And it's a huge process that not everybody has the stomach and the patience and the tenacity to be able to navigate, but you have that. And so you are a great credit to this county as an organization, and really this community just being who you are. And you're a lot of fun, and you're a funny person. So I really appreciate your sense of humor and your personality in general. So I'm glad that we're at least putting you up on a pedestal for a little bit, because you earned it.
Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. So I remember the first week I got in the office, I was walking around and people kept calling me Supervisor Kirk and being all polite. And I kept telling everybody, just call me Kirk. I'm just a normal guy. I'm Kirk. And I walked into my office and I called on Mo because I had some questions. I forget what the issue was, but Mo came in, and Mo, you walked to my office, you threw your shoes off, you put your feet up on the chair, and you got into it with me because I had questions. And as you were talking, I thought, well, this is somebody I think I can work with, because she seems comfortable with me and I seem comfortable with her, and she doesn't hold back. So that was my first impression of you, Mo, was that you love what you do, you don't hold back. We can have good conversations, tough conversations, but at the end of the day, I think you do love our community and you love what you do. And so 30 years, I won't tell you how old I was 30 years ago, but I was out of diapers, but not too far from it. So good work on 30 years and for sticking with the county. That's tremendous. So thank you, Mo.
So yeah, Mo, 30 years, 30 and counting. We're at 31 actually right now, I think, right? Yeah. So you and I have followed similar patterns, both working for and in Oregon first as public servants and then coming to Tuolumne County, which I think is kind of unusual. I wanted to mention, it was a very short list that Ms. Riggs mentioned of the projects that you did, but I especially remember because I was at the dedications, the EOC dedication, and then of course the ambulance, the Groveland ambulance facility, which of course now is ironically in my district, so it's kind of cool. And I will save most of my comments for when you actually do retire. I think this is a great thing that you've worked 30 years and you've done so much in the 30 years that you've been here. I would like to read the, what is this? The certificate of recognition, and actually I don't need my glasses, it's big enough. In honor of Maureen Frank for her 30 years of service to local government for significant contributions and achievements in the advancement of local government administration. So before we vote on this, I wanted to open it up to the public for comments and, just remembering what Mo has done through the years. Thank you.
Turnabout is fair play. So Mo never blows her own horn. And so many people really have no idea how much work she has done. She's the quintessential team player. And I could not have been as successful as I have been without the partnership that we've had. She is a true public servant, and the county's been lucky to have her.
Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. So when I started almost 6 years ago, this might be surprising, but I didn't know what an administrative analyst was. I'm sure you all know. I'm sure everyone else knows. Just kidding. And so I am so grateful, was grateful to Mo then, and continue to be grateful to her now for the ways that she has taught me and encouraged me and come alongside me in my own growth as an analyst. And I just, our office, we're always doing these, well, not always, but it's all hands on deck in our office, as you probably know. And that includes for fun celebration things, including our employee Christmas appreciation party. And the very first one that we had when I first started working here, we were down at St. Patrick's at the little hall thing where we held it. And our office was doing the decorating and doing all the things as we do. And Mo and I were in charge of the tabletop decorations, and we were sort of, and she was like doing, okay, the gold one here, and then the red one there, and then the gold one there, and and it was like she was reading my mind. And I was like, Mo, how did you know? She's like, well, I'm an analyst. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have found my people. So I'm just really grateful to Mo in particular for the way, like I said, the way that she has taught me and helped me grow as an analyst in public service and particularly in local government. And I'm really grateful for her 30 and counting years and continuing years. So.
Any other comments from the room? How about on Zoom?
Hi, thanks. It's Lori again. Mo, I've had the opportunity to work with you over the past several years in conjunction with Terry on a few projects. And I have to say, you are one of the best partners that we can have in this process of maneuvering with these crazy funds and the requirements that they throw at us. And the county is certainly lucky to have a partner like you in this field. So I just look forward to working with you and creating and accessing funds for your community.
No other comments. So with that, I'll call for or entertain a vote.
I'll make the, excuse me. I'll make the motion to approve the certificate of recognition honoring Maureen Frank for her 30 years of service to Tuolumne County.
And I'll second.
All right, we've had a motion from Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Campbell.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Kirk. One more
Sorry,
time.
can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 5-0. And I want to come down and give Mo both the certificate of recognition and the ICMA plaque for 30 years of service. And it's also been suggested that we might want to do a group photo, if that's okay.
Hey, guys.
Yes, please. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. As you guys pointed out, this is really not my thing. When I was fortunate to get my 15 and 20-year service award, I just accepted them and put them in my office and put it away. This one's different. It's different because I saw an opportunity to thank a number of people who have had the privilege with working with over the years. First and foremost, I would really like to thank the Board of Supervisors and the county administrators, all of them that I've worked with over the years. I thank you for giving me the support to work on projects that I hope have made a positive impact to this community. It means a lot. I don't think there's a lot of CAOs and boards out there that really have trust in their staff and allow them to come in with ideas or propose ideas and run with them. So I appreciate that so much for all the CAOs and for all of you. My second thanks goes to the county employees. Oh my gosh, they're the best, and they're always willing to come out and help and assist one another. And I thank them for letting me collaborate with them on grant applications or working on special projects that involve multiple agencies to see what we can do, because there's not enough resources out there for any one entity to get anything done these days. And it does take that spirit, that community of pulling together and trying to get things done. And I've always enjoyed this immensely. Or assisting and helping HR and some of our county employees through some of the more difficult employee issues that we've had, and bringing about a resolution that, whether it saved face or help that employee get through that difficult situation. So that was nice. My third thanks goes to the community. Man, what a neat community. Little did I know what I was getting into when I moved here from Oregon. But it's been a pleasure working with various committee groups on the Rotary Dog Park and the Jamestown Gazebo and the jail restoration and Roker Park redesign and the Universally Accessible Park in Tuolumne. Those have all been really neat projects that sometimes the community just need a little extra help or a little bit of guidance to get through and navigate different either grant applications or get permits and where to go and how to do it. And it was nice to be a part of that. In the back there. Okay. My biggest thanks goes to my parents. That's the real reason I'm up here. My mom is no longer with us, but my dad's here. I'm in the back of the room. My mom worked as a hospital administrator in the private sector, and my dad was mental health and public health, and so basically the public sector. So you can imagine the dinner conversations at the Frank household. It was truly amazing to what could be done in the private sector versus what can be done in the public sector. And it was truly my first education in providing services and teaching me things that would carry me through the life. You always taught me, Dad, to strive to do my best, to always reach out to others, really listen to what they had to say, and really try to help if you could. And also not to judge people. You really just be there to listen to them and try to help them out with whatever they were dealing with. Trying to be that voice for those who don't have one and always give back to the community. I thank you so much for supporting me through all these years and listening to me vent after a really hard day and always give me good words of wisdom to think about. Sorry about the weekends that I worked, the late night meetings, and all the people we run into at the stores when we're out and about, because yes, it does make our trips so much longer. I apologize, Dad. Public service is not the easiest road for any of us to take. It can be hard, complicated, frustrating, but the people you get to work with, as you heard this afternoon, and the impact you can make on your community is just incredible. What a way to have a job that you know you're making a difference in people's lives, and that's just awesome. So the next time anyone sees a county employee, please thank them for their service. And I thank all of you for those kind words. I appreciate it, so thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cunha, would you please read our first 2 o'clock appointment?
Public hearing to consider Smith Rasmussen ordinance for zone change RZ 21-005 to rezone a 0.13 acre parcel to MUD-HDP MX and a 0.42 acre parcel to MUD-HDP MX under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
All right. I'd like to open the public hearing by declaration and start with a presentation of the staff report.
My name is Shady Gonzalez, Land Use Coordinator of Tuolumne County. The project before your board is Zone Change Application RZ 21-005. The applicant is Dave Ragland for Margaret Smith and Mike Rasmussen. Here are Tuolumne County's vision, mission, and values. The project is an ordinance for zone change RZ 21-005 to rezone 2 parcels as follows. APN 003-181-012 from General Commercial Design Review, Historic Design Preservation, Mobile Home Exclusion Combining District to Mixed Use, D, HDP, MX, and Assessor's Parcel Number 003-181-013 from Neighborhood Commercial Design Review, Historic Design Preservation, Mobile Home Exclusion Combining to Mixed Use, D, HDP, H, MX Combining District under the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. The project site is located at 18201 and 18889 Secco Street or approximately 150 feet northeast of the intersection of Main Street and Secco Street in Jamestown. The project site contains the mixed-use general plan land use designation. Here is a map that identifies the parcels involved in the rezone as labeled on the map project site. The gray color represents mixed-use general plan designation. The existing zoning of C1 and CO are not consistent with the mixed-use general plan land use designation. Table 1.3 of the technical background report of the 2018 general plan indicates that the mixed-use designation is consistent with the mixed-use zoning district. Table 1.3 also indicates that all general plan land use designations are consistent with all the combining zoning districts. Therefore, the project may be found to be consistent with the Tuolumne County General Plan. Here is exhibit map T21-015 for a lot line adjustment. This map shows that the current property boundary runs through the existing house as located on parcel 1 on the map. In order to process the exhibit map, the zoning must be consistent. Because the existing general plan is mixed use, both property owners requested to rezone to mixed use to be compliant with the general plan and map process. The map is handled by the county surveyor at a later date. Today's decision is based on the rezone only. On June 21st, 2021, 34 adjoining property owners and various state and county agencies were notified of the project. Our department did not receive any responses in regard to the proposed project. On November 17th, Tuolumne County Planning Commission made a recommendation of the approval to the Board of Supervisors. The motion passed unanimously. Here are the required findings of the rezone application. Evidence and staff's response to each point can be found in the agenda report. Your decision process. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may either recommend to approve the project, recommend to approve the project with modifications, recommend to deny the project, or to send the project back to staff for further review. Are there any questions?
All right, so we'll start with Supervisor Brandon, whose district this project is in.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for the staff report on this. I'm familiar with the site there around the church area. I have no questions with this. I think moving it to mixed use makes sense in the general plan, and overall I think would be good for the area.
All right, Supervisor Kirk, do you have any comments?
No comments, and well said, Brendan.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell. How about Supervisor Goldenberg?
No, I concur with Supervisor Brandon. Mixed use is a good thing to move forward with in many areas of the county where we can. And, they did proper notifications, 34 notifications, and nobody was saying they were objecting to this. So appreciate the staff work. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I concur with all of the comments made, so now I'd like to open up to the public for any comments they may have.
Good afternoon. I'm David Ragland, surveyor for Smith and Rasmussen. Of course, they were unable to do a lot line adjustment until the two parcels had the same zoning, and they were both zoned inappropriately for a mixed-use general plan designation. So we were also able to, or actually compelled to get it in order with your general plan land use designation as well. And I'm just speaking in favor in case there are any further questions or a need to rebut. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the room? How about online? Do we have anybody with a comment online? All right. At this time, I'd like to close the public hearing. And if there's no further comments from the board, I'll call for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and second by Supervisor Campbell to approve this zone change.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, sounds like a unanimous vote in favor, 5-0. Thank you. All right, our next 2 o'clock appointment.
Ordinance for zone change RZ 21-003 to rezone a 9,064 plus square foot parcel from R3 MX to AIR, multiple family residential, mobile home exclusion airport combining district to R1 MX Air, single family residential, mobile home exclusion airport coming district under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing for the Callaway Ordinance Zone Change. And staff presentation, please.
Hello again, Shady Gonzalez, Land Use Coordinator of Tuolumne County. The project before your board is zone change application RZ 21-003 for William Callaway. Here are Tuolumne County's vision, mission, and values. The project is an ordinance for zone change RZ 21-003 to rezone a 9,064 square foot parcel from R3 MX Air to R1 MX Air. The proposed zone change would allow for merger T17-008 between APN 090-250-044 and 090-250-043 to be complete. The merger is not being considered at this time and will be handled by the county surveyor at a later date. The project site is located at 1933 Oak Grove Circle in the community of Groveland. The project site contains the high-density residential general plan land use designation. Table 1.3 of the general plan identifies the various zoning districts established by the Tuolumne County Uniform Zoning Ordinance that can be used to consistently implement each land use designation of the general plan. In addition, the compatible zoning districts listed in Table 1.3 identify that less intensive residential zoning districts are compatible with the residential land use designation. The R1 district is considered less intensive than the HDR general plan land use designation. Therefore, the proposed project is consistent with the general plan. This map identifies the parcel involved and the rezone as labeled on the map project site. On August 5th, 2021, the ALUC made a recommendation of zone change RZ 21-003 and determined that the project is consistent with the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. On April 23rd, adjoining property owners and various state and county agencies were notified of the project. One adjoiner response in favor of the project was received in addition to a comment letter from Groveland Community Services District. Both letters are included in the report. On November 17th, 2021, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission made a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors. The motion passed unanimously. Here are the required findings of the rezone application. Evidence and staff's response to each point can be found in the agenda report. Your decision process. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may either recommend to approve the project, recommend to approve the project with modifications, recommend to deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. Are there any questions?
Okay, I don't have any questions. I can also open it up for comments at this time. Since this is in Groveland, I'll make the first comments. And it sounds like it's completely compatible and consistent with the general plan. The airport land use group approved it, got a favorable response from a community member and GCSD. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission voted unanimously for it. So I don't see any reason why not to go ahead and vote in favor of this project. Other comments?
I have one. Please correct me if my understanding is incorrect on this. I do see it's adjacent to R1 properties, but it is in R3. So in the general plan for the overlay, it's both acceptable to the general plan to be R1 or R3?
Yes, because the general plan is identified as high-density residential, and we consider that a less intensive. Therefore, the R1 is compatible with the HDR land use designation.
Okay. I don't have any questions with this. I can't support, I think, decreasing the density of a property, especially when we're having issues with potential housing in the future, because this is a permanent change. So if a project does come along that would like to build, say, an affordable housing unit there, this would be a permanent change, and it would affect the other parcels there as well if they were ever to combine with it. So just for that reason, I can't support it, but it does seem fine and compatible. Thank you for the presentation.
Of course.
Supervisor Kirk, do you have any comments or questions?
Just clarifying, who's proposing the changes at the property owners?
Who's proposing the changes? Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Yeah, who is the proponent, who is the person or persons proposing this change?
The property owner, the applicant, Mr. Callaway.
Callaway?
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
So they have the ability they have the ability as property owners to request it, and it meets the criteria. So I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
All right. With that, I'll open this up to members of the public to make comment.
Good afternoon. Richard Todd, licensed land surveyor, who's doing the merger parcel map for Mr. William Callaway. These are pretty common in Pine Mountain Lake. This is probably my third or fourth one that I've done in the past several years. They do call me the merger king of Pine Mountain Lake, so this is why I'm here today. It's a common thing to have an R1 and R3 next to each other in Pine Mountain Lake. The tragedy of this is that it cost this man $3,000 to make a zone change. You know, middle-class people. This is not a rich person that could afford, you know, the price. What I'm getting at is in the past, when public utility easements were abandoned, it used to be done by the board. They made a stroke of 2 pens instead of 1 and made that be the bailiwick now of the county surveyor. It's on an approval statement. It's a 1 extra paragraph that says that with the signing of the county surveyor, and the proper amount of no abandonment letters from the utilities, that when the map gets recorded, it's done. And there's no extra fee for that. So I'm thinking that because this has taken like 20 minutes of time, board time, which is valuable, perhaps there could be some, and I've talked to Quincy about this and Shady, some way we could modify these, this ordinance so that small lots in Pine Mountain Lake wouldn't have to go through such an expensive fee for the zone change. Understand the zone change is still applicable under the law, but the fee seems a bit excessive. That's all I've got to say. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the room? How about online? Any comments? Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing. And if there's no further discussion by the board, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
And I'll second that. Call for the vote, please.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
No.
Okay, did I already say this? It was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Half, and approved with the motion 4-1, with the dissenting vote from Supervisor Brandon. So we have one more public hearing, and when Ms. Cunha is ready, if you can please read the last 2 o'clock appointment, please. What's that? Break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Is that enough time? Okay. When you're ready, would you please read our last 2 p.m. appointment?
We'll see if I can read these as good as Shady does. Public hearing to consider Hidden Meadows Terrace mitigated negative declaration for site development permit SDP 21008, general plan amendment GPA 21003, and zone change RZ 21010. Number 2, site development permit SDP 21008, resolution 1722 for general plan amendment GPA 21003. Number 4, ordinance for zone change RZ 21010.
Okay. Gonna open the public hearing to consider Hidden Meadows Terrace and the 4 different pieces of it that Ms. Cunha just read, and go to staff presentation to begin with.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director, joined by Dave Ruby, Planning Manager. We're very excited to be here today to bring you the Hidden Meadows Terrace project. The applicant is Visionary Home Builders, and the property owner is Sonora Community Hospital or Adventist Health. The mission, vision, and values of Tuolumne County are up here, and we certainly are embracing those today by creating a healthy and safe community and promoting our economic prosperity by giving some individuals a enhanced quality of life with some new housing here in the county. So the project before you today is site development permit SDP 21-008 to build a 72-unit apartment complex in 4 buildings, including a separate community center building. A general plan amendment for a change from the existing neighborhood commercial designation on the site to high-density residential, and zone change 21-010 to rezone the site from neighborhood commercial to R3, which is high-density residential. The project site is 5.93 acres approximately, and there's going to be 72 units, like I said, including 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The units are all intended to be offered at a rent affordable to local households that make between 30 and 50% of the local area median income. The apartment buildings are going to be 3-story in heights, which is approximately 44 feet. The project's located at the corner of Greenlee and Kabazu Road and assessor's parcel number 44-42037. It is undeveloped and has a number of oak woodland habitats on the site. It is surrounded by urban development, including the city of Sonora and some unincorporated areas of the county. Sonora Creek is located to the north of the project site, Kabzu to the south, Greenlee Road to the west, and Cedar to the east, Cedar Road. The development is within the proximity of other high-density residential and commercial and medical office land uses, and it surrounds a piece of property that's owned and operated by Adventist Hospice on 3 sides. It also is within the East Sonora Community Plan. So today, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got to the hearing today, the process in terms of funding for this project and the processing of it and the environmental review. And then we have Visionary Home Builders here with their team who's going to spend more time talking about the actual design of the project and its operation, and a little bit about the history of Visionary Home Builders. So this project started with about a $500,000 state grant for permanent supportive housing. And that grant came to the county, and Sheila Shanahan, actually, who's retired, was spearheaded this project initially. I'm just here to pick up the pieces after she left and carry it to the finish line. But she intended that grant and asked the board to leverage that grant to build a larger complex that would provide housing for families, veterans, seniors, and vulnerable populations. And one of the key parts about this project is that it meets a criteria given to us by the state called our Regional Housing Needs Allocation. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in just a moment. So once we got the No Place Like Home grant here at the county, we set out on a site search. We were looking for a site that was easily accessible, that had infrastructure and utilities in place. We were trying to find a site that was as free as many environmental constraints as possible, but the most important part was a willing and patient owner, including a willing and patient developer. So when we're applying for grants for affordable housing, it looks at how close your project site is to certain amenities. So we found a site that met these criteria over here in terms of being near a hospital, pharmacy, schools, grocery stores, libraries, parks. It really lined up that this site was the optimal site for an affordable housing project. So the project site is outlined in black. It's that pink shape in the middle, adjacent to other commercial land uses, as well as some, the orange up on the top there is high density, and it's across the street from the city of Sonora, and that area is also designated for multifamily development. So it is consistent with the area. The blue lines are the water lines. That's a great asset, and the sewer lines are also there too. So it has water and sewer service from Tuolumne Utilities District. This is the type of map that we create when we go out to find a site and then see how it lines up against funding criteria. And we do this little map here and showing that it really is near a lot of the amenities that will serve the future residents of this property. So as I mentioned, we started with No Place Like Home funding, and in 2020, the Board of Supervisors awarded Visionary Home Builders the contract to direct this grant to them, as well as other grant funds that would support the completion of the project. The grant funds that we've expended to date outside of the $500,000 is about $120,000. This has gone to support technical studies that Visionary Home Builders have completed, such as cultural reports or traffic review, biological reports, things like that. So Visionary Home Builders at that time then set out on developing the project, and they're working with the owner, Adventist Health, to purchase that property, and they will own it separately from the county, operate it separately from the county, so the county will have no role in the ownership or operation of that site. There also is a Senate bill that came through, SB 330, which streamlines the development review process for affordable housing. So this project also took advantage of that streamlining tool. And they also submitted some requests for to have reduced application fees and other fees that are associated with the project, such as building permit fees. And we will be bringing those requests back to the board at a future date under a separate resolution. So again, more about affordable housing. I had mentioned the regional housing needs assessment. The county receives a goal every 5 years from the state of California of the number of units that we need to build, and this project goes towards meeting that goal. The county used a technical assistance grant from the state to complete the plan to combat homelessness. And one of the number one responses we got through an outreach effort for that plan was obviously lack of housing as a reason why individuals were homeless. There's other grants that we can receive through behavioral health that go to help individuals in permanent supportive housing. And then we've got LEAP and REAP. This is a local planning grant and a regional planning grant that we've been using to help fund the technical studies as well as staff time. There's money that is in our home program, loan program, and that was also used. So really minimizing the amount of general fund dollars being spent on this other than perhaps some staff time. So I had mentioned the regional housing needs assessment, and one of the reasons why I'm so excited about this project is very infrequent that we have a project that's being proposed and that I get to bring to you that I can actually say this will make some type of dent in our regional housing needs assessment. There's no punitive consequences at this point if you're not meeting your regional housing needs assessment goals. However, the fear amongst our peers is that at some point that could become a requirement under a grant or something like that. So we always want to be striving to meet our goal. And through 2018 to 2024, the state is asking us to build 525 units of extremely low to above moderate housing. So that's a tall task for a county like ours, and a project like this does actually go a long way into helping to meet that goal. So about the project itself, before Visionary comes up and talks a little bit more about it, but from a staff perspective, we wanted to take advantage of the topography. The site slopes towards Sonora Creek, so we avoided the whole creek within this design. But that topography played a role in how the elevations of the building were designed, because the elevations of the building will be below that Kabazu road grade. The project includes a lot of pedestrian improvements. It also avoids the wetland habitat. This was done not only to take advantage of the wetlands as a natural drainage feature that can help filter and retain water, but also eliminates the need for this project to go on and get permits from other entities such as the Army Corps of Engineers, which can slow down the process and also can require expensive mitigation. The property will be fenced and it will have a gate on the driveway entrance that will be open during the day and closed at night. And there are other biological mitigation measures that are being proposed with this project, such as contributions to the County Oak Woodland Mitigation Fund. So it was really important that we did a lot of outreach to inform the public about this project. These are some of the places that we took the project and prior to coming to your board to make sure that we received input from the public and that the public heard about our project. That includes stakeholder notifications, public hearing notifications to adjoining property owners, and we did meet with and have had many discussions with City of Sonora staff regarding the project too. So the project is required to go through the California Environmental Quality Act or through CEQA. We have to prepare an environmental document. We prepared an initial study, mitigated negative declaration. That's the middle document between an exemption and an EIR. It was circulated for a 30-day comment period, and we did receive some feedback on the project, and those were either incorporated as conditions of approval or we did respond to those in our agenda report. The project included a biological report, and it included a cultural report. No resources were found. It also included a traffic review. This is another kind of new first for us, is that it's in a vehicle miles traveled or VMT screen out area. This is another state mandated criteria that comes down where projects that have the ability to have walkability or access to transit are screened out from further analysis because it's presumed that they will not have a significant increase on traffic and or greenhouse gas emissions. So this is another attribute of the project that is helping with its review. The project did go to the Planning Commission. They recommended approval 7-0. And we did have some really great discussions at the Planning Commission regarding comments from the City of Sonora. There were questions about oak trees and cultural resources. So just to spend a few moments on those, on at least the City of Sonora comments, they did raise a number. Oh, I am going to on the next slide, is it? Oh. There we go. Okay, so the conditions of approval after that Planning Commission meeting, we did modify some of those conditions in response to the city's comments. The city was concerned about drainage from the project site and its impact into Sonora Creek, as well as on downstream facilities. So they asked for, and we added in a condition of approval or modified it, that they would be reviewing that drainage study that would come prior to the grading permit, and that they would be reviewing that in conjunction with our public works staff. We also added a condition that a circulation operational plan or report be submitted to our planning staff once they know the final amenities that are going to go into the site, including potentially early childhood education center and other things that might be offered to the residents. We wanted to make sure there was going to be enough parking and circulation wasn't going to be impacted. So prior to them operating that, we'll just review that and make sure that we don't foresee any issues. And then the last thing is that there was a condition added that to prohibit parking along Greenlee Road through a signage and striping, through signage and striping on Greenlee Road, so that would be a no parking area. Okay, so the decision process for you today, you are the deciding body. I handed out just an excerpt from the staff report of staff's recommendations should you at the end of our public hearing wish to make a motion. And your choices today to approve or deny, or you can take no action and send it back to staff. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but I also wanted just to let you know that we have Carol Nalis here from Visionary Home Builders and her team. And I've, as we customarily do, offer them no more than 15 minutes to talk about their project and the project operation and go through some of the architectural renderings. And before, as Carol's coming up, I just want to really thank Visionary Home Builders and their team, because this was truly a multifaceted effort. And our team included Base Camp Environmental, North Star Engineering, BSB Design, and KLA Architecture. And so I am grateful to them for their support in the processing of this project. So, Carol.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County. My name is Carol Ornelas, and I'm the CEO of Visionary Home Builders. We are so excited to be here today to introduce you and show you what we've been working together with your staff in creating a community that I think everyone will be proud of. First of all, a little bit about Visionary Home Builders. We are a nonprofit organization. We are based out of Stockton, California, and we serve the Central Valley and the rural areas. We have been an affordable housing developer for the last 35 years. We have never changed our stripes. There is something very unique to our organization, is that we just do not build projects, we build communities. And what do we mean by communities? We look at a holistic way of living, and that is making sure that our families' needs are met while they too are part of the community. One of our strongest assets that we have is our resident council. When you sign a lease, you agree to be part of the community and to maintain that community with us. We are only as good as the residents that we have living in our community that work with our property management company. So with that, we provide early education, because we believe that our children need a jump start very early, 3 to 5 years of age. We get them ready for attending school. And in those, while we're working with the children, we're also working with the adults. What are the needs of the community? You know, do we need job training? Do we need resources that will help, behavioral help, for instance? We do call on them for services as well. We have done this. We have been very, very successful. We manage our own properties because we know what our standards are, and our standards are quality. We expect our projects that when you pass by them, you don't know it's an affordable housing project. It belongs to the community, and it's up to them to work with us to maintain it. Today, before I continue, I want to bring up our architect to run you through our designs, and then I want to talk a little bit of the impact on the design.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I first want to thank Carol for allowing us to be part of this project. It's been a nice one to be part of. Challenging site, to say the least, with the grades and all the obstacles we have. But when we first started, you know, we had roads. We didn't quite understand the extents of the areas that we had to stay out of. And once we did with our consulting team, we kind of changed the architecture and we changed the approach. We saw the opportunity to create, we wanted to blend in with the surroundings a little bit more. So the architectural style that we went to is what we're calling kind of a rustic farmhouse look to fit in more with the trees, the topography out there. And we also introduced some pedestrian walks across some of those water areas that we needed to stay out of. We have a proposed, we're still kind of looking at this, but a proposed vehicular crossing as well. And again, keeping that in design to be with the surroundings, those architectural features as well, to make the site as well blend in, not just the buildings themselves. There's a total of 4 buildings on the site. Like I said before, 72 units. We have 82 parking stalls, which takes us at 1.14 ratio. Which we have some other views there. These are all 3-story in nature, all the buildings, and we have a single-story clubhouse there at the corner of Cavazoo and Greenlee Road as you enter the site off of Greenlee Road. Right toward the end there. Oh, there you go. That is fine. So you can see we used different materials. We have stucco, we have some lap siding, some stained seam metal roofs, and then the colors, more earth tones, just to kind of go in with the neutral, the oaks that are out there, and just the general topography. Shots, I think, some down the streets farther down. Oh, I guess that's it. I thought we had some other views on that. You want us to try to get the 3D up now, or you want to hold on that? Can we, Daniel, is he on?
Yeah, I think we also have our architect Dan on Zoom, who's going to share his screen and to do some other views of the project. So Dan, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay, Quincy?
I can. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for allowing us to be a part of this. On behalf of the BSB team and VHB team, it's been a great pleasure to work on this project. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. Hopefully you all can follow along. What we have to present for you at the moment is it's a 3D model, and now my screen is messing up on me. Hold on 1 second here. Bear with me here, guys. I have to reshare. Pleasures of technology.
And Tom, that's okay. 1 second. We're just getting your screen, the screen up on our screen here. So we're all working through this. Thanks for your patience.
Or is it still freaking out? I apologize. I seem to be having technical difficulties, guys.
That's okay, Tom. I'll keep looking through our elevations here, and maybe we can move on to some of the other aspects of the project that we wanted to discuss today.
I apologize. Thank you.
No problem, Tom.
And I'm sorry, our 3D dimension of our project is absolutely gorgeous. It walks you through the property. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the features that are in this community and some of the questions that we heard. You know, why a gated community? How do you maintain a gated community? Part of that is security. Do you have a security guard, or do you have ways that we can work with the community to make it a community and not a place where people don't feel safe? We just finished a project in Oakdale, and we were told, don't put up a gate, you know, you don't see it anywhere else in the community. And after the project was built and we moved people in, the city came back and said, well, what happened to the gate? And I said, well, you guys said you didn't want the gate anymore. And that's a security element for us, because we're looking to secure, because what happens is, especially in rural areas, people like to find paths of travel, especially when it's already in place. You've got a walking paths along the way, and you might want to cut through. And just to keep the sanity of our tenants, we make sure that they're gated, because they're very expensive to gate afterwards. We can work it into the design now, or we can pay a very big price at a later date. So we don't want to look isolated, and as you heard Quincy say, during the day we keep it open. At night, for security purposes, we like to close the gate. And being part of a community, we don't want to be isolated either. But we do know that this is a security measure, and it helps people. You know, we start neighborhood watches. We call them our renters watchers, and that's the community inside watching over each other. We also believe in that early education, and so our Head Start communities are a very important piece of this community. And part of this is that not only are we working with the families, but also the families are also being helped by the Head Start providers working with families as well. So we're always looking at that holistic approach like I spoke about, and we're making sure that we are meeting the needs of the family. Property management is the key. For over 35 years, I said, anybody could build it. It's how it's managed at the end of the day. We don't have a mama-papa relationship. We hire very high talented folks to manage these properties. Why? This project's going to cost us $32 million to build. So are you going to put somebody that into those communities that doesn't really have the best interest of our community? No, we want somebody that's going to manage it. We're going to provide health insurance. We're going to provide benefits to that person, plus a free unit. And they are there to serve that community 7/24. It doesn't mean they're going to be in there all the time, but they'll know how to get a hold of them in case something does happen. So we do have a unit set aside for our property management, and they are part of our team, and we make sure that they get the training, because as Quincy said, there's a lot of different programs with a lot of different compliances that we have to meet. So definitely, we have high-quality property managers. We have a great reputation for managing our property. At one time, we put it out, and it's like this. Nobody takes good care of it the way when it belongs to you. So we choose to manage our own property. So we've put in a lot of thought to the design. We really looked at the environment. We love the little stream that's going to run through our property, protecting it. And we feel that we bring a very beautiful community to your community. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay, so at this point, I would like to ask the board for any questions, not comments yet, because we'll just do the questions first from the board. then we'll go to the public for whatever comments they have, and then we'll come back to the board for our comments. Okay? All right, go ahead for questions.
Great, thank you. Just starting with this, I see the rent has it set, I believe it's 250 to 500 in that ballpark range, depending on the type of unit. I wanted to ask, Quincy, actually, as per the No Place Like Home grant, are there any additional besides income requirements for these occupants, being that they're sober living environment, or it's a care facility, assisted living, anything like that?
No, we have 5 units for No Place Like Home, and then we have our general that will we'll rent to people between 30 and 50% of area median. We have what is called a resident selection criteria, and one of the laying out our resident criteria, one of the things that's part of that is that this community is being served. So we do have a selection where if you work or live, you're ranking on top, and usually that will fill up the project. We won't go into people that may live outside of Tuolumne. So we're sure that all of them will be either living or working in this area. So in our resident selection part, it will be that. The No Place Like Home, it's kind of, you can't ask a lot of questions. And for those units, we won't ask a lot of questions, but we hope to be working very closely with behavioral health and other organizations that work with the homeless population.
So that's a no barrier placement from behavioral health, most likely?
It's part of the No Place Like Home
Okay.
dollars that were awarded to this project here.
Great, okay, that's what I was wondering, so 5 units for that.
Mhm.
I was wondering if you could also compare the resident council, is that gonna be under the same status as an HOA? Will there be an HOA?
There won't be an HOA. We've created what is our resident councils as part of our organization. Early on, when we first started to do affordable housing, of course, everybody's worried about crime and, how's it going to be maintained? And so we started what was called our resident councils, and we have them in all of our community. And it just means that the resident is committed to working with the council at least once a month, each month. And it's not a place where you just go complain. It's about how do you bring a community together? How do you get neighbors watching neighbors instead of people going inside their doors and closing off to everybody else? I don't see anything. This is a way that we can keep peace within the community and also grow them so that they are working like a community, whether it's a Christmas party, whether it's coming out to celebrate on National Night Out. It's bringing the community together as a whole.
Yeah, and I like the buy-in, I think it's a great idea. I wanted to ask also about the terms of how long would be a low-income rental. Is it 55 years, is that correct?
55 years.
Okay. Also, on the rooftop was, obviously we have power shutoffs. We are looking at a project in that area potentially in the future. Was there consideration given to having a solar array if a power shutoff happens? Or is that just something that it wasn't financially feasible?
No, we will have solar in this project. We also, this is very common now in all of our communities about talking about backup generators as well. We may be looking at that, but definitely we will have solar in this community.
Great. And of course, I'm just dancing around to a lot of
Go ahead.
specific things
No, no.
because I really like a lot of the meat and potatoes of the project. I think is great. My last question on it was, of the buildings on the site, was there already an established naming policy of how they're going to be named? Or are they going to
Each
be Unit
building-
A, Unit B, Unit C,
Oh, that
or Oak
definitely,
Pine, or?
especially in today's environment, fire has come out with a lot of stipulation on building signage. My last building that we just opened up, I mean, the name of the apartment complex was on the top of the building where it was very clear to see whether it was building A, building B. There's directories now indicating which units are which, but that is something that we work really, really close with fire.
Okay, and so they would probably be just called Building A, Building B, Building C.
And I'm telling you, right now in my buildings, it also like said, Liberty Square from every angle, so that when if fire has to drive in from a different angle, they know the name of the community.
Okay,
We've seen that now.
thank you. That's all my questions right now.
Thank you for the presentation. So question would be, I understand you've been, you have in the Planning Commission dealt with a number of concerns of the city of Sonora. This is in my district, so obviously that becomes my concern as well. You know, the one that kind of stood out was regarding parking. And I heard in the presentation, a number of spaces were allotted, but there was some concern that that might not be enough. And I know Quincy addressed, you know, doing some stuff on Greenlee Road to prevent parking there, but there still remains potentially some concerns that there's not enough parking spaces. And I understand that there was some discussion of perhaps working with Adventist Health Sonora. They've got a parking lot adjacent to it. I'm very familiar with this site, on perhaps some overflow parking if need be for some of the services that would be provided.
We did have this conversation. We actually, even after the Planning Commission meeting, met with a city of Sonora, and we did talk about excess flow. Definitely one of the conditions is that operational plan. The biggest concern was about the Head Start. They said that they had to look at the worst scenario. Well, the Head Start first is opened up to the people that live in the community, and then if there's open slots, that would be open to the general community. So that was what they were worried about. But since then, we've had discussions, and one of the places where we're going to talk, because we're talking about in the morning time, a drop-off time, and then a pickup time. So it's, you know, twice during the day that we might have a few more cars than the rest of the day. So since Adventist Health is our partner, and they do, you know, we're kind of like in a little horseshoe, and Adventist Health has some parking, it has a parking lot in there. We are going to be meeting with them to see if, just for the drop-off, because that's maybe 5-10 minutes at the most, that we could use that overflow as our overflow drop-off space. Also, the parking spaces are very controlled. Every family will be assigned a parking space with a parking sticker with the number that they are told and that they are given, and they are told that they cannot bring any more cars in than the one that has been assigned to them for their use. Some people won't have cars, other people will, but it'll be up to them to share if they want to, but every apartment is assigned a parking space.
Okay, good. You know, it's never a perfect world as far as parking is concerned.
Yes.
I understand.
But I think taking care of Greenlee is the right thing to do. They are going to paint it to make sure, or have signs out there that say no parking.
Yeah, quite honestly, I didn't perceive that to be that much of an issue, just based on the location and how people would have to walk all the way around to get in there. So, but yeah, I understand. I appreciate
That
the
will be the
efforts.
operational plan that we will submit to Quincy, and our hope is that we work it out with Adventist Health.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, do you have any questions?
Let me see here. It looks like I'm having technical difficulties real quick. There we go. No, David brought up one of my main concerns, which was parking when I'm looking at item number 4, which is on page 454 of the handout. So I'm glad that's being discussed. I also noticed item number 6, where they're talking about potential early childhood education center. It says, while it's not certain, it is their desire. Again, if it's something that you guys can do, our community greatly needs any sort of early childhood education facilities. It's really a critical issue, not just in Tuolumne County, but in many other counties, as I'm sure you know. So if you can make strides toward that, that would be awesome. But I don't have any comments. I did see that, I did read the Planning Commission's comments, and I noticed that they voted unanimously. And I think all my concerns have been addressed. So thank you.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions, and they come from some of the letters that were written by the public. And in one letter, it was suggested that development along this corridor has maxed out water availability, and I'd like to know if that's true.
Well, they're going to be receiving water from TUD. What I can say is that at the last urban water management plan, there was water for additional build out in Tuolumne County. So I don't know that is an accurate statement. And if there's any TUD has commented on the project. We've been working with them. We've talked about sewer easements. We've talked about water lines. We've talked about on-site infrastructure. At no time did they ever say that they were unable to serve the project.
Okay, and then the second comment that I'd like to ask a question on, it says the evacuation route is insufficient. Now, I know we must have had somebody look at the evacuation route, so what can you tell me? Is this true?
Sure. So from an on-site operational standpoint, those types of on-site evacuations or fire pathways or paths of travel, all of that is reviewed at the time of the building permit in conjunction with the building division and the fire prevention division. Evacuation from the site to wherever the sheriff is going to be directing individuals to go to, that's handled at the time of an incident. So I can't speak to whether or not it's sufficient or not because the sheriff handles all of those evacuations. And as you know, they do that early in the process.
So would you say then that there's no determination been made yet? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure. The commenter didn't provide any substantial evidence as to why they felt there was insufficient evacuation status. There was nothing in the environmental review that proved that there would be any issues with evacuations.
Okay. Was there another comment that you wanted to make, sir?
I can show you where those egress and ingresses are on the site. If you pull the site plan up. So we have the main entrance.
Do you want to come up to the podium? And speak directly in so we can hear you.
So we have the main entrance off Greenlee. We have another secondary entrance up off of the north side of Cedar. So we are providing two ways for both emergency access fields to get in and out of the site. And then they can also traverse through the site.
Thank you. And this may be more subjective. One comment was that it'll be a negative impact on all adjacent medical practices, including real estate values. And I'd just like to know from the program that you run, from prior experience, what has that been?
I can definitely say it's not a negative impact. As you can see from the designs that we do, I mean, you can't tell the difference whether it's market or whether it's an affordable housing community. And when you bring in a project that costs $32 million, that sets the appraisal for that whole area there. So instead of saying it brings down the value, it brings up the value in that area. And what we see too is that when there's areas of improvement, the whole community kind of gets behind, and you start seeing, repairs on property because they can see the value going up, and now their property's worth more. Our appraisals will set the tone for a very long time.
And from what I understand from you, the property is managed and looked after. It's not just left to the individual residents who live there. It's actually managed on site. Is that correct?
That's correct. The funding, as I said, $32 million is a lot of money. And, you know, how do you do that? As you heard, the rent's $250, doesn't give you a lot of borrowing power, so that money comes in as equity. We will be applying for tax credits to fill in that gap. And what does that mean? That means that investors are involved. Primarily, the investors are banks, they're organizations like Edison Capital, they're Johnson & Johnson put money into affordable housing these days. So there's a huge compliance because there's penalties that we don't want to get hurt with. That's why we hire very experienced people to run our properties, because those penalties could be very costly, because those tax credits, this program falls under the IRS. And so if you don't produce and you don't maintain, first of all, we wouldn't even be if we got negative points for not maintaining our property. And our properties are audited on an annual basis. Somebody comes out from the state to look how we're taking care of it, looks at our books. These are highly regulated communities because you have the IRS involved in it. And I can't tell you, for 55 years, this project will be under scrutiny.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think everybody has asked their questions from the board, so now we can go to the public.
Kathleen, do you mind if we do the architecture's got
Oh, sure.
his
Go ahead.
his program running, and we maybe can
You've
turn
got
it
it
over to
going now?
Dan
All
and
right.
just do a, Dan, if you could just give us a quick fly through. Thank you very much.
Sure. Looks like I'm back up and running here. Bringing you here to the intersection of Greenlee and Kalamazoo. I'm going to just kind of orbit up here into the sky, get a little bit of an aerial view of what's going on. What we're looking at here, you see those two streets as mentioned, and Cedar as it kind of snakes up and around to the north. We see, as Quincy mentioned, we have the the clubhouse building sort of at a more or less below grade scenario here, almost a non-presence from the street intersection. And then as you work your way down Greenlee towards the main project entry, you kind of get glimpses in and through to the project. You can see that we kind of have a little bridge element here crossing some of those wetland areas that connect some of our other buildings. I'm going to kind of orbit myself around here, bring ourselves to the main entry, kind of get the experience of arrival. You're coming into a community, as Carol has mentioned multiple times. This is a highly taken after and appreciated place for the people, and this is presents you with a nice sense of welcoming to that community. And then just a little glimpse of the buildings and how they kind of nestle into the landscape. And you can see here too that the Adventist building is almost kind of part of the campus, as the way is it's nuzzled into the project here, kind of interlocking relationship. And yeah, just a little zoom in here on one of the buildings and the quality of architecture and materials that Mal spoke to earlier. And I'll just do one last little zoom out here for as a stopping point. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. Gives a better understanding of the overall project. All right, I'd like to open this up to public comment from anyone in the room who's interested in speaking. All right, how about on Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom that's interested in making comments?
Hi, this is Rochelle Rochelle Kellogg, the Community Development Director for the City of Sonora. I just want to thank the county staff for working with the city. We appreciate that they've included some conditions to address our concerns. We also met, the former city administrator and I met with the applicant, and they were also very willing to hear what the city's concerns were and try to address them. I know there'll be ongoing discussions regarding impact to services and facilities at the administration level for both the county and the city, as well as the attorneys. But from a staff level, I just wanted to say thank you and thank that you were willing to listen to the city and work through some of the issues that we were concerned about. So thanks to your staff for helping us get through this process.
Any other comments?
Hi, this is Christy Conforti. I'm the public policy advocate for the Blue Zones Project, Tuolumne County. And I just wanted to thank Quincy for bringing this forward. We're really excited. The Blue Zones Project was brought to Tuolumne County by Adventist Health with the goal of helping to increase the overall well-being of our community and to make Tuolumne County a healthier, happier place to live, work, and play. So the Blue Zones Project focuses on inclusive, healthy features that are weaved into our built environment in our community, and the Hidden Meadows Terrace will bring these features to our community. The project site is beautiful, as you saw. There's potential for community gardens, trails. It's close to public transportation. It's a very walkable area, and it's a safe and walkable area, close to local services and amenities. And that on-site community center is really going to foster social connectedness. That is a really important part of the Blue Zones. That social connectedness that we've lost through COVID especially, but we see a potential for a lot of healthy group activities and events at that community center. And we strongly believe in projects like Hidden Meadows Terrace that create those healthy living environments for individuals and families who call affordable rental properties their home. It's important in our community to get those people connected, and we're really excited to see where this project might progress to. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome. I'm wondering.
How's this?
That's better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Kendall, and I just wanted to compliment the board and all the other people involved, including the investors, for what looks like a very impressive and well-conceived project. I just became aware of it yesterday when Jaron Brandon, our supervisor, put something out on Facebook, and I had a couple questions about it. I did read a lot of the report, but my question is very specific, and because we're using funding from the No Place Like Home, right, $500,000 as a grant, my question is, to what degree are we beholden to the stipulations or restrictions for acceptable tenants?
She said 5 people out of 72.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, I would just like to read from the website where the grants are discussed from the state. They talk about the origin of the funds and everything else, but basically it says the purpose of the No Place Like Home is to acquire, design, and construct, rehabilitate supportive housing for persons who are experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, or are at risk of it, and who are in need of mental health services. So there's no discussion of a subset for this category, but in fact, it is all encompassing. And then right below that on the same website, population to be served, adults with serious mental illness, children with severe emotional disorders and their families, and persons who require or are at risk of requiring acute psychiatric inpatient care. And I'll paraphrase at this point and continue. because of a mental disorder with symptoms of psychosis, suicidality, or violence, and who are homeless, chronically homeless, or at risk of chronic homelessness. So there is no sort of leeway in this paragraph or two about accepting just general families who are homeless or people who really need a place to live. But in fact, it's very clear and all encompassing that people need to have severe mental illness or other problems in addition to being homeless. So I'll just turn it back and maybe there is some clarification, but I just want to make sure that we're in compliance, shall I say, with the No Place Like Home funding that's explicitly articulated on their website. Thank you.
So who feels equipped to answer that question? Go ahead.
Part of the project early on was discussion with behavioral health, and we do see them as our partner, and we are going to be looking for referrals for those 5 units from behavioral health to house who they are recommending to that program. And we imagine, and what our early discussion was, case management for those folks. And definitely they will be part of the community. One of the things that in our community center we will have is community space where folks that are working with different folks will have space to come to our community and work with the families. So definitely there will be case management on board as well.
So you said 5 out of the 72 units will be
Yes.
for this purpose.
And, you know, mental illness comes in many shapes and forms, as you heard him read. You know, it could be a child, it can be an adult, it could be a senior. I am sure that there will be, you know, not just the 5 that, you know, may have mental illnesses. Right now, we're dealing with the consequences of COVID, and that has caused mental illness. So definitely that is part of one of the services that we hope to bring in, since we'll be working with behavioral health, that counseling is available in our community for folks that will need it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other public comments? Okay, I'd like to go ahead and close the public hearing and now move to discussion by the board, final comments and anything you want to discuss. And let's see, we're going to start with Supervisor Goldenberg because it's in his district.
Thank you. So overall, I'm very in favor of this project. You know, I realize there's a number of issues that have been already discussed. Other ones are still being looked at, i.e. parking could be one of those. You know, it is clearly surrounded by high-density areas of apartments. There's medical offices, county buildings, you know, to one side. You know, the area there is, you know, I don't see that it's having effects on, you know, direct effects on other residential properties. Talked a little bit about, you know, Supervisor Half, you know, mentioned the, you know, potential ingress, egress routes out. You know, again, you know, my own career with CAL FIRE, yeah, there potentially there could be, you know, a fire that encroaches upon that, but it really is pretty limited. You know, there's the little drainage there where the waterway is, but typically there's high moisture content in that anyways. I like the fact that it had metal roofs. A good portion is stucco. There's some wood, you know, as well. And, you know, both of those are very good as far as fire prevention methods. And, you know, that during your architectural design work, you pointed out that there was some challenges. And yes, you know, there were. And from what I've seen of the design work, it looks pretty good to me. So the fencing, I think, is a positive thing, you know, as Carol mentioned. And that's pretty much all the comments I have. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Kirk, just want to make sure you have no comments. Is that correct?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my strong support of this project. I'll make it real simple. You know, we need higher density housing in our community. We need affordable housing. We need infill projects, and there's talk of a potential childcare facility there, which, you know, we had a presentation from the Child Care Planning Council last week talking about insufficiencies in that area. So to me, this checks many, many boxes with respect to what we need in our community. And and also I wanted to highlight the work of staff and your team as well with a very detailed description of the project. I think you know, I had some similar questions that were voiced here initially, but I think just about every single question I had was answered in the process of reading through the planning document, which was very thorough. And I think the design looks really nice. I think it's going to be a very good asset for that area and for our community in general. So I'm very much in support.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Waiting all this time to make a Google SketchUp was being sketchy joke, but I don't know, hopefully architect understands. I've had the opportunity, I think, 4 times now that this has been presented to the various groups. I've pretty much been on every single one. And I really appreciate the feedback that you've incorporated, because I've seen the different iterations from the very beginning of that. And I know this started, I believe, before I was even on the board. So I just wanted to say some positives as well, because overall, I couldn't agree more with what Supervisor Camp said. This checks so many boxes of needs in the community and priorities for me. I really appreciate the swales for drainage and beauty and protecting some of the environmental area there. I think that will add a lot to it. The varied styles of the buildings so that they are not the same kind of cookie cutter amount, and the local aesthetics, local type materials and style, which I agree it looks very beautiful. Looks like something I would have potentially stayed in at UC Merced and some of the dormitories down there, and a lot cheaper than those ones too. So really good job on that. I appreciate also the community yard space, so that there is an area that people can be able to go have an event. I know talk about music stuff, the playground, the community center, the child care. I think that's all fantastic. And the secondary egress as well for traffic flow. I really appreciated being able to see that connect back up, so it's not just all putting it on the one front entrance. So with those aside, I wanted to bring up one thing. So I did post about this yesterday, and to Peter's question, I replied on Facebook. As soon as I got the answer, I didn't reply because I didn't have the answer yet. So that was the one. But I do appreciate the feedback. We had over 200 comments discussing specifically the issue of whether it needs to be fenced and gated as a community. I'm kind of, no pun intended, on the fence on this, which is why I wanted to get a lot of public feedback. We had a lot of discussion on it. I tend to look at fences as something that, while they might make sense for an individual project, driving up Greenlee, do I want to see a bunch of suburban islands kind of gated where they interrupt the space potentially, and don't really create, I think, the intermix and community fabric with the adjacent properties that I would love to see, walking trails or other interactions there. About 3/4 of the comments I think I got were backing that up. About 1/4 were saying no, they were a valuable element. They had lived in neighborhoods and enjoyed that. I wanted to bring that up as a suggestion to the board. I tend to not want to see, especially with an affordable housing complex, having it gated in as though to be separate from the community. I think fences basically keep people in or they keep people out. And I don't know if that sends the right message. That's just my personal opinion, if that's not shared. But I think there were some others that agreed with that. I did want to make a second recommendation that if the buildings, we've got a lot of great people that have been locally fighting for affordable housing or serving the community, as we recognize too today, for a long time. And that this project is such an accomplishment that it would be remiss to miss the opportunity if they were going to simply be named A, B, C, and D, if there was any potential to reserve naming rights to the county, where we might be able to identify some of these leaders who may be with us, who may have passed, and dedicate some of those buildings to their efforts. And I think just add that extra value to the project potentially, which is why I was asking about the naming and if there was anything already in the works there. So I would suggest that to the board. And other than that, really great work on the project, and especially to the architect. It's very beautiful. It's a beautiful project.
All right, and you know, I've seen this presentation a couple of times myself, and the one comment that I haven't heard that I'd like to make is that I see how responsive you've been to the community, to any concerns that have been brought up, questions, that kind of thing. And I think that bodes well for the future. Usually those who have those attributes continue them once a project is built. So with that, I would like to see if we can entertain a motion.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to, I'm going to be detailed here because it's pretty detailed in our agenda. Approve the Hidden Meadows Terrace 1 mitigated negative declaration, IS/MND, for site development permit SDP 21-008, general plan amendment, GPA 21-003, and zone change RZ21-010. 2, site development permit SDP 21-008. 3, resolution 17-22 for general plan amendment GPA 21-0003. And 4, ordinance for zone change RZ 21-010.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and by Supervisor, Goldenberg, and seconded by Supervisor Campbell to,
Madam Chair,
yes,
just before I,
can I finish my statement?
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. To approve basically the everything as recommended by staff. Okay, yes.
Thought we might be jumping into the vote right there. Hard to get in. I did bring up 2 items that I wanted to discuss with that before a motion. And again, it may not end up going anywhere with that, but I think it's just sometimes hard when you're in the last rotation of speaking with that to be able to bring that up. So I would hope we wouldn't go right to a motion to vote without talking about that, though that's certainly your right.
Ms. Carrillo, can you weigh in on this?
From what I recall, Supervisor Brandon, you had the fence issue that you wanted addressed, and then you had a naming issue. The naming issue presents some concerns in terms of your board's ability in the appropriate land use role, and I was going to ask Cody Nesper to actually speak to that issue.
Yes, any conditions that the board wishes to impose, there needs to be roughly proportional to an identified impact, and there needs to be a nexus between the condition and that impact. And something like naming rights really falls outside of the scope of that. So I don't know of any way that the board can condition the project on something like naming rights. The fencing issue, that could be more of open to discussion. However, I would note that these recommendations and these proposed findings were developed over the course of a long period of time based on staff's expertise and the materials provided to the by the applicant. So if there's some substantial evidence that the board could base a finding on regarding the fencing, then that could be permissible, but I'm not sure what that substantial evidence would be at this point.
Okay, with that then, I'm happy to rescind that from council, and I really appreciate you looking into it. And if there's any chance of the naming thing after the fact, please reach out, because I know there's some good ideas going around out there.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Brandon. And so we'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
All right. We have a
Vice Chair
unanimous.
Haff, do you mind? This is, I just wanted to This is a monumental vote, and I appreciate that. Would you mind stepping down for a moment so I could take a photo of you with the Visionary Home Building team? This is the first affordable housing project we've had come before our county in a long time, and it's quite historic, so if
So
you don't
you want
mind.
all of us to come
I'd
down?
love it. If you don't
Okay.
mind, I'd love to snap a photo.
All right.
Getting so many pictures in today.
Picked a good meeting to share.
And Quincy, if you like, I could be singing a song while you guys take your photo for you.
No, thank you. But I appreciate the effort.
Okay, in case I didn't say it before, that was a unanimous vote, and it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. Now I ask that we go back to item number 10 that we kind of left in limbo in the late part of the morning, to return with a little bit of conversation from County Council first, explaining why we had to postpone and what we can do now.
Yes. So during the presentation of the item, CAO Riggs and I noticed that there was an error in the ordinance amount for the increase. And so we were sort of scrambling to figure out if this is something that your board could just make a change to right now, or if we need to come back for a new first reading. So I think the safest approach is to come back for a new first reading at a future board meeting, and we will have the correct amount in it. If your board is inclined to make any changes, we would ask for that direction now so that we can incorporate that into the next first reading.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for direction from the board if there is a motion on how to direct staff.
So my understanding, when we came back from our break, we had a new salary comparison chart. And realizing some of the discussions that we had previously, I would really like to make a motion that we approve the average small rural counties portion of this chart, which is, it's more than what we were initially discussing. We were discussing, you know, the 3% that had basically gone to all employees. But I feel that, you know, and this really puts us in the lower end of the scale anyways.
Oh.
And I think that for the reasons that were discussed earlier, that would be applicable. So that would be my motion, is to approve the average for small rural counties.
And I'll second that with some comment. In June of 2018, the board was making $39,814 a year. They voted to up that to $50,426 in 2018, the next month. That's an increase of 26%. What you're suggesting, Supervisor Goldenberg, is an increase of about 10%.
That is correct.
And it would still bring us to, it's not even the middle. It's the bottom part of the middle between all of these comparison rural counties. Is that correct?
Correct. That's what I'm seeing on this chart, yes.
Okay.
And just to clarify, are you looking for a motion on this?
I made a motion.
He made a motion. I seconded with comment. Any other comments before we vote?
I would just do public comment
I-
again.
Oh, yeah, public comment.
And I have a comment as well.
Go ahead, Supervisor Kirk.
Okay. It hasn't even been one full day and we've already gone from 3% to 10%. And what really bothers me about what we're doing right now is we basically took a vote on something. Everybody in the room found out that there was a majority for a pay increase. Then we come back after lunch and we put this at the end of the day. Now that we know there's a majority in favor of a pay increase, now we've gone from 3% to 10%. And I don't know about you, but that's going to look really bad to the public. It feels bad to me. There's no way in hell I'm supporting it. I gave my reasons before. I don't think we should be tying our pay increases to negotiations, even though we just completely obliterated that. Now we're at 10%, which is more than we gave to almost everybody other than the sheriff. And second of all, I don't think any pay increase should be given to a sitting board. It should be for anybody who is elected into that seat after the fact. So quite honestly, I'm pretty astonished that we went from 3% to 10% when we found out there was a majority in support of an item. That's bad business.
Yeah, I'll just say my previous comments still stand.
Sure. I think looking at it, this is very hard because, again, this is not thinking about the current board. This is thinking about the next board. And it's very clear when you compare comparable counties, we're quite low in that. And the average for small rural counties, I think, does make sense as to how we would arrive at that number. I would say to Chairman Kirk, 3% I think was discussed with the bargaining. But then to say, this is something that's come out with an independent metric, which is more of what you were saying, is trying to find something like that. So I don't know, if it might just be that there's opposition to any increase at all. Because I think there's only so many of these metrics we can look at. I've definitely given this a lot of consideration. To me, especially with the CPI where it is, what we've offered employees, that does matter to me. I have to stay at the 3%. It's not to say that couldn't be something we pursue in the future. I don't like how we do this, and it's not our fault. It has to be done through ordinance. It's currently structured so it's an every year kind of thing. We didn't create that. That's the state. I would like to see it come back in the future as a long-term item. 20 out of 58 different counties peg it to some portion of a judge pay so that it automatically increases. Or setting it to where, I think as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, could have a sunrise clause. I don't know the legality, probably causing legal counsel stress, but to where it would take effect upon an election cycle that is based per district. So I do agree and appreciate the thought on it, because this is a hard job. We want good people in it. It's not about the money for me, and I don't think it is for us up here, but we do want to keep it comparable so that people can run. So anyway, with that, I don't think I can support the 10%. I think it's too much, and if an amount like that came forward, but with a long-term plan,
So
I can support it.
lacking full board support, I'd be willing to amend my motion.
Okay.
Amend it to the 3% that we discussed previously and leave it at that.
You want to second that? Okay, I'll second that. And call for a vote. Oh, yeah, sorry, public comment. Anybody in the room? Anybody online?
I think we need some clarification on the motion.
Yeah, I was going to ask for that too. Just to be clear, we're making a motion for the percentage to bring back
On
the following, I guess the following.
Yeah,
week.
I'm sorry, February 1st board
Okay.
meeting.
Or
I should have been
First
more
reading.
specific.
Okay, so this does not constitute the first reading of the ordinance.
Correct.
That will be, okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
right.
thank you for asking for that clarification.
And it's going back to the original 3%.
Correct.
And I seconded that, so we still need to call for a vote to give staff direction. And we didn't have any public comment, is that correct? Nobody online? Okay. All right. So we'll call for the roll call vote.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
No.
Supervisor Kirk,
No.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 3-0 with 2 dissenting, Supervisor Campbell and Supervisor Kirk.
I was going to ask, while we're in the discussion with this too, that was the other half of that is if there is any board will, when this is coming back, to develop or present what would be a long-term solution for it. Because I think we're all very well aware this is uncomfortable. I don't love that this is in the board's power as it stands right now, and it procedurally has to happen every year. If we're able to make a second motion on this, or are we able to make another recommendation as well?
Ms. Carrillo, is this within the boundaries of the agenda item, or is this something that will have to come back?
Yeah, I think that the board can have discussion about future. One thing I just want to clarify is the California Constitution and the government code don't require this to be an annual process. It's just if your board would like it to be an annual. So however frequent you want to consider an increase to salary is however frequent, you have to bring that ordinance. So just to be clear, it's not annual, but certainly can be.
Right. I think what Supervisor Brandon was asking is to find a longer term solution to this. And my question to you is that within the, this is a agenda item, does that fit this agenda item, or are we going to have to come back?
I think that if the direction is staff, we'd like you to come back and have some discussions about future, how to do this for maybe a longer term. I think that is appropriate. But you've already voted on the particular direction.
Specific, right.
Yeah, so I think, again, as long as it's basically directing staff and not the full discussion about maybe the longer term item, that can come back at a later date. Does that make sense?
And that would be, it seems to make sense. The direction being, what is the best way to approach a longer term solution so that when it does come back, we can at least see those options.
CAO Riggs. It's the end of the day.
We're happy to bring that back. I just want to make sure that your board understands there's no way that we will be prepared to come back with that when we bring this item on February 1st. There's just too many other items that I'm working on, just the workshop, right, my evaluation, that kind of stuff. And then obviously I'll be working side by side with Sarah. So we'll need to do the research to look at how other counties are doing this so we can provide that to you. And then ultimately a recommendation for you to consider.
Thank you. All right, so I think at this point we're ready for reports. And I'm going to start with Supervisor Kirk. Oh, excuse me, I'm going to start with staff first. So, Ms. Cunha.
No report.
Ms. Carrillo.
Yes, I will just report that last week I was at a county council board of directors workshop. We had a strategy session and we talked about, just for everyone to be clear, County Council Association provides under contract legal services, all the litigation services to CSAC. So the attorneys that I meet with are from different counties throughout the state on the executive board, and we review all the litigation that CSAC's interested in and actually either help draft it and or find outside counsel to do that. So we had our meeting last week. I am the vice president of the association. We talked about some also educational opportunities for our association, and it was a very great meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, CAO Riggs. All right. Supervisor Brandon.
Subbed in as the alternate for the Solid Waste Committee, and I'll hold a report on that, but I'm really happy with the discussions I was able to participate in. Also had some discussions with staff regarding solid waste, regarding traffic impact mitigation fees, also having a nice one-on-one with our new behavioral health director as well, and of course one with our CAO. Was able to attend a lodging association meeting, which was really great to hear what's happening with hospitality. They're in a lot of difficult times right now with visitors coming in to federal parks and COVID differences, ticketing systems. There's a lot of kind of unclear things that's happening with that. I think we had a really great first housing policy meeting. And I wanted to give a shout out to Quincy, who I think has put together an excellent way of doing it, soliciting feedback from everybody. We're going to be synthesizing that into a work plan for the year. And I think the process we're currently following, everybody seemed to really like it. It incorporated all the things currently happening, a lot of input, a lot of discussion. And I think it's a model for a lot of our other boards, committees, and commissions. I had the opportunity to sit in on the CSAC Ag, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee, though I was not the member in attendance to vote or talk with Supervisor Kirk there, but it was nice to be able to keep up on what's happening. And then some meetings regarding local housing ideas. In particular, one that I'm kind of looking at is just the properties, excess properties we may have in the county, which may not be ideal for other uses, but one, for example, at Campo Seco or any other area, are there any that we could potentially solicit viable projects? Now that Visionary Homes has passed, I'm thinking a lot about how do we start that next one that's going to be happening for the next few years. So that's my report.
All right. Supervisor Campbell.
Okay, yes, thank you. Supervisor Brandon touched on the one thing I just wanted to report with respect to something that we've talked about for a long time, which is the penalties for illegal dumping in Tuolumne County have been, it's basically $100, which we've found has not been a really sufficient deterrent, as anyone that drives on our rural roads can attest to. And so what this board will be receiving from that committee here shortly is a recommendation to increase those fines and fees from $100 to $1,000 for the first offense, $2,500 for the second offense, and $5,000 for every offense after that. So pretty steep, hefty fines to help demonstrate that we are serious about making sure that our county is clean and that people follow the law. It's having a real impact on our quality of life, and it needs to stop. And so I think we had a really strong support for that in the committee, and we'll be hearing about that on the Board of Supervisors here shortly. That's about all. I have other things, but that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah, so, new year, new committee assignments, and so I participated in my first homeless commission on homelessness, I should say, as well as SWIFT in the South County regarding fire issues, both very good meetings. The Fire Safety Committee is moving forward on a number of areas. We've had multiple subcommittee meetings. We will be having our next public meeting, and this may be the final, or we may do one after this. That remains to be decided yet, but on Wednesday, January 26th at 6 p.m. And so the information will be posted on the within the Fire Safety Committee as well as on the county OES site. And so we'll look towards that. And along those, and this is concerning the vegetation ordinance. I'm sorry, I wasn't specific. We will be having an interview tomorrow for Motherlode Views, which will include myself, Chief Murphy from TCFD, and Chief New from Sonora City. And so we'll be interviewed. We're going to do a remote interview with all the stuff going on with COVID. We decided that was the best way to go. But we'll do that for KVML, Motherlode Views. And the last item I have is the In Focus Photography Show and exhibition, I'm sorry. There's still time for people to enter photos in it. They have up to the 24th of this month, so just a few days more. The show is going to be held right now. We're planning on doing in person with very limited entry and kind of monitoring the doors to do that. But March 10th through 20th, it'll be at Angelo's Hall, Columbia State Park, where it's been for a number of years now. We are not going to do the reception in person this year. There's just too many people that get crowded into a small facility. So the reception will be remotely, and the judging will be announced. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. So, kind of some high level things. I sit on the Administration of Justice Policy Committee for CSAC. Just to let you guys know, like many of our agencies are, they're looking at the proposed budget. So in a nutshell, there's going to be potentially about 100 million set aside for juvenile facilities for treatment and care. So I'll be keeping an eye on that to make sure Chief is aware of those monies and if we can use those in our facility. There's some other things as far as realignment goes, but I won't go into that. But just know that my eye is on the ball and kind of just paying attention to what's coming with the budget. Did sit on some recent committees, commissions. We're doing our plan for the year. So that way we know where we're headed and what our priorities will be within those committees, commissions. And then like Supervisor Brandon said, I did sit on a CSAC Natural Resources Committee. What I took away from that conversation is there's going to be a lot of money for fuel breaks, year-round fire crews, talking about making monies available without having to go through the grant proposal process. So I'm going to be interested to see how that might happen, because that's basically going to free up staff time from having to write grants and being able to access money quicker and implement things quicker. So interested to see how that conversation is going to play out. Also, one of the things that they talked about was cannabis. I guess the cannabis market is about to collapse because of it basically being overtaxed. So they're asking legislators pretty quick to change the taxing structure because it's really coming undone. So several other counties that were looking into going into cannabis are now kind of on pause and wanting to know what the status is out there on the playing field. So keeping an eye on that. And then Ryan or Supervisor Campbell, just since we're here and we are reporting, we did on Tuesday last week, we did pass a resolution to send Supervisor Campbell to NACO in place of me. They required vaccines, which I do not have and was not going to get to go. However, effective yesterday or today, they did allow a Zoom option. So I can present that NACO resolution via the Zoom option. So Campbell, thank you so much for being available, but I will present that to NACO via Zoom. So thank you for being available, but you can relax now and not have to miss Valentine's Day.
Oh, well, my wife will send you thank you.
All right.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg, for mentioning Motherlode Views. I did want to make a statement about that. I was actually the last supervisor to be interviewed in the series, and I guess it was mentioned over the radio, but it was not noticed in mymotherlode.com. So for those of you who had missed it, you can find it in their archives. So that happened last weekend. And then the other thing I wanted to do is go over the RCRC board meeting highlights that I think are pertinent to our board that you would want to know. First of all, the chair this year is Dan Miller. He's from Nevada County. So it's another one of our Motherlode counties just up the way. I have been put in position of chair of the regulatory committee. Next, RCRC put out a membership handbook this year. I didn't see one last year. I don't know if it's their first or not. I wanted to show it to you. I actually had no idea it was this big, printed it out. It's a valuable resource, and I can send it to you electronically, anybody who wants it. That's why I mention it now, so that you can let me know if you would like me to send you a copy, electronic copy. And then on the Rural Rundown, which is another publication that RCRC puts out, there is the overview of the governor's 22-23 proposed budget. So you can look for that, and probably you get that in your emails. The guest speaker for this last time, you probably have all met by now, Glenda Humiston. She's the Vice President of the University of California Agricultural and Natural Resources, and she gave a heads up that, the UC Extension is fortifying staff to help, especially in grant writing, but other responsibilities as well, to better serve the UC Extension region. So that may be, I don't know if it means anything for our little spot here, but if they have to add a body, we're kind of out of room. So just wanted to give you a heads up about that. Also, another heads up, I don't know if you've heard anything about the Pathways to 30 by 30. It's accelerating conservation of California's nature. Sounds really nice. There was a lot of conversation about this. It's regarding conserving more land areas in California. And the two questions that were posed, the first one, do we want to put more land under California state management? And the second question that a lot of people in RCRC posed was, how is California doing right now in the conservation areas that they already have? So just food for thought in case you hear more about this later. In terms of the state legislative update, the expected priorities for California are 4. Housing and homelessness, 1. Drought, 2. Energy, 3. And forest stewardship is 4. That's expected priorities. They may end up being something different. We'll see. Next, the Feds released the U.S. Treasury, the Feds released the final rule for ARPA. So you can go online and check that out. And as far as infrastructure from the federal government, the Secure Rural Schools was extended for 3 years. So I don't know if you've heard about that, but that's exciting news. We won't have to fight for that in the next 3 years. Broadband from the federal government is getting $42.45 billion with an extra $2 billion for rural areas. And I thought it was interesting to note that the Department of Transportation will direct more than half of all new funding under the U.S. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Under regulatory, you've probably heard PG&E talk about net metering for like solar rooftops, or if you have solar array in your backyard. PG&E wants to make new rules and cut the benefit to homeowners for this net metering that has been so popular. And I'm extending that the word has it that the governor is not happy about PG&E's plan. So we'll see. Stay tuned. See what happens with that. Another thing to put on your radar, and I'm hoping that we will have input from Cole Prisbilla. It's a new fund called CERF, C-E-R-F, Community Economic Resilience Fund. And the idea is to work regionally on economic development. We have been put in a region. The state has come up with a very stiff timetable, and so RCRC is working on this. There'll be more to come, and I would really like Cole to weigh in on this, but RCRC will be helping us with this. I think that's enough. Okay, so with that, I'll close reports, and then Ms. Cunha, will you please read the closed session item?
Of course. So, closed session conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Paul Lork, Human Resources Director, Risk Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
And Ms. Carrillo, do we expect to hear a report out? Okay, so I can close public comment. Any in the room or on Zoom? So now I can officially close this meeting at...
Not closed until we're done with closed session.
Okay.
We can adjourn into closed session.
We can adjourn into closed session now. Thank you.